into both the progress our students are making and the opportunities that remain in our pursuit of academic excellence and equity. I do want to extend some sincere gratitude to all of our teachers who show up every single day with the pedagogical skill and the affective dispositions that help create environments that are conducive for learning. Those things are so important in our educators, and we deeply appreciate their commitment to our student growth and learning. I also want to thank our innovation design and learning team for compiling this comprehensive report. I know there are many hours that go into culling the data and telling the story and trying to be really thoughtful about what we think is most important to share with our community, both in terms of what to celebrate and what to take a closer look at. And of course, our goal here in Hopkins is that every student is seen, supported, and academically thriving. That is always our goal. We also received some questions about the proposed math curriculum adoption, which is on the board's consent agenda this evening. And so toward the end of this academic growth report, then Dr. Ertl will share a brief update to address some of the questions that we've received. And thank you for the preparation you've been engaging in that, Dr. Ertl. So I'll turn it over to our Director of Innovation, Design, and Learning, Dr. Ertl, one of our esteemed data specialists, Jillian Randall, and our literacy guru and specialist, Kimberly Smith. Thank you all for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reed. Good evening, board members. It's nice to see you again this week. As Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, we have been preparing this end of year teaching and learning update. You can go to the next slide, please. So I always like to begin us with some grounding in our district's shared learning and teaching goal. This should be very familiar. This goal serves as the foundation for how we measure progress, both at the system level, but within individual schools as well. And the Hopkins Learning Framework is really our roadmap for achieving this goal. It guides all of the things that we do in terms of enacting the structural changes and systems that we know we need to align and improve our practices across the district. And everything we do, but especially assessment and improvement, is anchored in this framework. So as a reminder, these are the quarterly reports that we have planned for board review. This is the summer or end of year report. But I want the board to know that this is certainly not a fixed list and can be modified based on the need or desire to look at additional metrics. And in fact, I'm working really closely with Jillian and the rest of our data team so that we are building aligned practices that cascade district level data into school level data, and ensuring that we have shared practices for data reviews happening at all of our schools, so that our data specialists, our school leaders, have what they need in order to support and enact the instructional changes that we're working on across our system. So first, I'm going to turn it over to Kim to talk about sort of the different types of, or the different levels of data that we have in a system to provide some specific context for our math and literacy data.
Good evening, board. We will start kind of just with a quick review of our different data levels that we look at. And so I think you've probably seen the cover of this book previously. I think I've seen it online in board sessions. But I'm just going to kind of review it for you so that as we get into the data, you kind of know where the different levels are as we look at it. So we have kind of three levels of data. The satellite data are those really high-level things like the MCA, the NAEP, where we're really looking at across a large system, but not able to necessarily tease out what those actionable steps might be. Our map data are things like FastBridge, universal screeners, things that are broader within our system. And then street data are those things that are right there in the classroom. They tell us about instructional moves, they tell us about teacher implementation, and pieces related to that. So our street data is the closest to the classroom when we look at data. One of the challenges that we have as a system right now is a lack of consistent classroom level street data across our system. So throughout this board report, we'll kind of tell you about some of the moves we're making to increase consistency with that across schools. Go ahead to the next slide. So one of the pieces of satellite data that we pay attention to is the NAEP. The NAEP and the MCA are kind of our two big examples of this type of data. The NAEP is the National Assessment of Educational Progress, and it's kind of like the nation's report card. It tells us, compares across states, across suburban, urban areas. It can look at different subgroups. It can look at grade level, specific things across the large nation. And so that's kind of an example of satellite data. And we'll look at what the most recent one is of that, since it hasn't been presented in the sequence of assessments. The MCAs looks at things slightly differently. It is paying more attention to Minnesota, our Minnesota state standards, the implementation of those standards, and student success with those standards. Looking at the 2024 NAEP math data, you can see that there is definitely a trend sort of downward. We had gone up since about the 1990s, and then there's sort of been a falling off of that. Some of that may be attributed to COVID learning loss. Fourth grade, you can see, is starting to show some promising signs of recovery. So they're starting to gain back a little bit, about 2 points there. And overall, they're up about 24 points since 1990. So math in general has had a more positive trajectory outside of sort of those dips post-COVID. Eighth grade is a little bit more stagnant, and you can see that there's really only an 11-point gain since 1990, and they have not really recovered or come up since that COVID time period. What's really important here isn't exactly those numbers, but looking at those trends, because these are pieces that are more systemic across our nation that could be impacting instruction. The next one is the NAEP reading. So I think back one, there we go. What you'll see about reading is that it's much more flatlined compared to math. So we have been pretty stagnant since the 1990s, and then you see a drop off as we've hit kind of post-COVID without much sign of recovery. And the greatest drops are for those students that are in the bottom 25th and 10th percentiles. So our kids that are struggling the most that gap is widening. If we look a little bit closer to home, let's look at the MCA math. So this is Hopkins scores from 2019 and beyond. You'll see that dotted line from 2020. That's the year of COVID when the MCA was not given. And we can see kind of a similar pattern in Hopkins data, that math in general is sort of on a downward trend. You see some stabilization happening in fourth and fifth grade, and you see kind of the most variability in those upper grades, where really that kind of reinforces what we saw on the NAEP, where the kids who are struggling, those gaps continue to get wider, and so their ability to engage with content as it goes up in complexity becomes harder. So we see a lot more variability there. If we look at the MCA reading, again, you see a lot of flatlining, and not a ton of recovery happening. So overall, a decline over the last 4 years. Noticeable dips in 2022, and that was really similar across all other districts in that year, probably connected to post-COVID learning, and starting to come up a little bit. And then again, as you go up in grades, you see higher volatility in grades. The one that's a little bit unique is in a district where you have third grade and you also have immersion programs. We do tend to see third grade being lower, and then that starting to rise again in fourth and fifth as kids get more English instruction. And so that's one that we kind of watch for in districts with immersion programming. Right now, none of our grades are reaching above that 55% proficiency line, and we're really trying to get closer to that 80% or higher. So when we look at both of these in combination, sort of these downward trends say that we've got to do some shaking up of the system and some of the things that we're doing. We're going to go a little bit even closer, so looking at things that we have a bit better understanding of, specifically how it impacts our classroom. So we'll move into FastBridge. And FastBridge is really what we would consider map data. It tells us some very specific things about students and where they are. At the early grades, it's even considered kind of a diagnostic, because we can do their one-on-one assessments, looking at things as minute as letter sounds, reading nonsense words. The pieces that we'll look at tonight are A reading, which are a more general look at reading and math. So we'll look at A reading and A math tonight. One more for me after FastBridge there. So some things to know about FastBridge is it's really important to understand how the kind of risk indicators are labeled and what those mean. So FastBridge is considered a universal screener, meaning we give it to all students, and then we look for students who are not showing proficiency and dig deeper and need to sometimes do some more diagnostics. So at the early reading grades, we don't need to dig in much farther because the subtests already are giving us a lot of that information. There might still be things that we do further, but in general, it's telling us kind of that general information about where kids are. When we look at how they rank it, so FastBridge uses scale scores, and they assign a predictability label based on those scale scores. And it's that predictability of being on target. So when we talk about meets target or low risk, those are students who are likely to remain on target with solid Tier 1 instruction. When we talk about some risk, those are students who they might need a little bit more. It might be small group just within the classroom, some Tier 1 interventions, but they have some risk that they are maybe veering off of being on target. And then our high-risk students are ones where we know they need some intervention. For them to stay on pace and to catch up to what the expected targets are, they're going to need some intervention. And so we use that information to help decide what are some groups, which students receive interventions, which students get pulled for additional support. And it really drives our MTSS system, which is why that system is so important, that we have ways of moving students in and out of supported need. If we're not getting to that 80%, it overtaxes our MTSS system. We don't have enough intervention support to intervene our way out. And so it means that we have to make some shifts to our Tier 1. And so we'll talk about some of those shifts we're doing right into our Tier 1 to address that we're not quite where we want to be yet. So when we look at the math for FastBridge from over the course of the 24-25 year, you'll see some spots where there are slight variations, but in general, it's pretty similar across the year. For all of the FastBridge assessments, the benchmark changes throughout the year. So for example, we usually see a really high score on FastBridge early reading in kindergarten because the expected rate for kindergartners coming in, there really isn't one. As long as kinders are coming in, they're at school, that range of what might lead to success is really broad. So it's hard to say that they're not on target early on. By winter, we see that it looks like our data is actually dropping, and really what it is they should be moving at an expected speed of learning. And so it's a greater measure of, are they keeping up with what the pace of learning needs to be, when really it's a measure of all the stuff that fed into that previously. So just to say that score, that benchmark, and that changes over the course of a year. For example, in first grade, they only have to do sentence reading at one point, and then they move into doing a full CBM 1-minute timed passage. So those subtests change in some of the different categories. So it's not stagnant that you're measuring against the same thing. You can see right now that about 50% of our students met target or at low risk. So we kind of combine those top two categories because in general, those are the kids that as long as Tier 1 is remaining solid, they will continue to be on target. And then our goal is always to work to reduce the number of students in the yellow or red categories. That first slide there is the entire district. The next one is math for elementary. And then the following one is middle school. So again, you see some slight variations. The next area is literacy. And so when we look at the overall district, the A reading for literacy is kind of akin to an MCA. It's reading passages with multiple choice questions. One of the pieces that we kind of see is kids tend to do a little bit better in fourth and third, fourth, fifth, and then by the time they're in middle school, there's a greater variability based on a greater willingness to click or to have less investment in the outcome of that assessment. So this is the overall data. Again, passages with questions, the topics and the interest level vary a lot. And so that can also impact the outcomes there. The second one there is elementary specifically. And then the next one is middle school specifically. We'll talk a little bit about our street data next, and so this is the one that's closest to classroom instruction, the one that is most impactful to students. These include things like diagnostics, interviews, formative and summative assessments, observational pieces. When I go out and do the Otis Learning Walks, this would be considered a street level of actually looking at implementation and things that are happening right there at the classroom level. And so when we think about, this is a piece that most impacts daily student instruction. And it's where we gather information around as we make curricular changes. This is where we look at implementation data and pieces that are directly tied to the shifts and moves that we're making. It's also the data that our teachers use to inform in their instruction, and these are a few of the ways that we are putting some work into progress that addresses these. We're working really to build some coherence and consistency across our classrooms and schools and make sure that we have sort of a system of looking at where are we seeing greater success, where are we seeing some things that we can learn from and grow across our system. So one piece that's in place that was piloted sort of this year was a K-5 foundational reading skills pacing guide and common assessments. So you've heard that we've been using UFly and SIPs at K2. We are moving UFly up into third grade because what we found is those advanced morphology lessons at the end, kids need them more. They need longer and more with those multisyllabic words, and so we're pushing that into the first half of third grade as well. So we're making some shifts there and then putting into place a stricter sort of expectation around the pacing guide and some common assessments that will happen at certain stopping points throughout there to see how kids are keeping up with that material. The K-5 standards aligned math resource implementation is happening or moving forward, and that is designed to include some common assessments as well that can inform classroom level instruction. And then related to our SEL pieces, purposeful people, and the new measurement tool that is more customized to our system. So related to sort of just our overall academic data, there are some key pieces that we are doing. And so these are sort of our planned like noticings and next steps. So the number of students in some or high risk is not improving. Some of the pieces that we've been talking and kind of learning about is there's a lot less independent reading time in classrooms as teachers have been taking on UFly. It takes a lot longer than they were expecting, so there's just less independent reading time in practice. All of the surveys from home and across the nation are saying that parents are also reading less with kids at home. So just in general, kids are getting less practice than they have in the past. So we've got some moves to increase practice. The other thing that we've seen, and I got a chance to go out during Fastbridge administration and then with the Otis, is students are far more accurate than they have been ever before. And I want you to think about this, like if I gave you a chocolate chip cookie recipe, you could probably go and you would dump in things and you might not measure exactly perfectly because you've made it a ton of times. But if I was gonna have you over and have a French chef to teach you how to make macaroons, you're going to be much more careful. You're going to use a weight. You're going to really use that knife to scrape off and make sure you have the right amount. And that's what I observe with kids. They know the information and they are being really careful in trying to give you the right answer when they take these. Unfortunately, that means that you slow down. And so we're really looking at how can we increase that automaticity? How can we build their speed up? And that comes with a lot more practice. So we're building some things into instruction for next year that will help to get to that. In general, we have an inconsistent kind of assessment environments from classroom to classroom. And so we're going to be putting some pieces together that will help to build consistency across administration, especially with Fastbridge. We are doing more monitoring of fidelity. So one of the things that we saw with the Otis that became clear is that there are some classrooms where they are sticking to that foundational skills block with high fidelity. They are keeping the pacing. They are using all the components. And there are other places where the teacher's picking and choosing the parts that they like, or they take longer to get through it, and so then they leave off the encoding part and the writing, which is on the most important piece at the end, and they're not getting to it as often. So we're going to work on that a little bit. And then the use of Fastbridge, we're adding some additional diagnostic tools, including some writing assessments, so we can really see about how it's transitioning into daily work. Some current actions that are already happening, we have regular data review meetings, and we're looking to systematize those a little bit more specifically for literacy and math that's aligned with those assessment windows. We've increased our communication to home around how students are performing and provided additional information about what those different risk levels indicate and some things that families can do to support. We're utilizing structures like WIN, that what I need now time, which is that response to what student instruction is telling us and getting them intervention right in time. especially aligned to our Tier 1. And then, obviously, ongoing professional learning with letters continuing, things related to math standards and math resources, and adding those common assessments. And then our next steps also are to increase classroom and home practice. There's a parent toolkit. It's going out in end-of-year newsletters. It's on the website. MDE will also have one published, so we'll link that in eventually too. Ours is currently K-5 and will build up. And it has practice for all of the different pieces related to literacy that families can do, games, all the things ready to go. Like I said before, we're adding some additional assessment practices in with our data specialists and how they can support and tease out the data we need in more real time. We are building a high school intervention course back using that ADSYS money to support our struggling readers at the high school, and then continuing to kind of monitor fidelity across our systems where we're making some moves to shift outcomes for students. And I'm going to turn it over to Jillian to talk about student well-being.
Hi, my name is Jillian, and I've been serving as the interim district assessment coordinator for the 24-25 school year, as well as serving as a data specialist at multiple sites. And today I'm going to touch on the tools we use to measure social emotional well-being in our scholars, some data we've received, and what we plan to do with this data going forward. You can go back just one. So Panorama is our social emotional well-being screener administered to students in grades 3 through 12. And the assessment is given 3 times a year. The data has multiple uses, including serving as a site and district temperature check, and school teams use this data to identify what social emotional components need support or have strength in their buildings. Panorama scores are used as a metric in measuring school culture goals as well. Each grade band takes 2 separate surveys. One survey focuses on how students perceive their own social emotional skills, and one focusing on how students feel about school. And every survey has a bank of topics scholars respond to questions from. So these are the banks of topics that were covered in each survey for each grade band in the 24-25 school year. Student supports and environments surveys ask what feedback students have for their school. And the Student Competency and Well-Being Measures survey asks how students perceive their own social emotional skills. The revised surveys are for students in 3-5. Last year, we gathered a group of teaching staff and data specialists to revise the survey to have easily accessible language for our scholars. The desire to revise these surveys came from concerns from site staff and administration regarding the readability and comprehension of the questions for our younger scholars. We revised the survey for grades 3 through 5 with the goal of more complete and honest answers. After completing these revisions, we did receive feedback from scholars and staff that the students' readability had increased and students understood the questions that were being asked of them better. Next, I'll review 2 questions, one from each survey, and how our scholars responded. Soon. Okay, the first question we'll discuss is how much support do the adults at your school give you? The question is included in the sense of belonging topic and is asked in the Student Supports and Environment survey. 94% of scholars in grades 3 through 5 who responded to the survey had a favorable response to the question. Panorama's internal system ranks question responses based on favorability. You can see that here that responses marked in blue are considered favorable while those in orange are not. There are 3 other questions asked in the bank of topic, in the sense of belonging topic, and the favorable responses from all of those questions are averaged to create a composite score for that topic. In this case, this is the same question asked for grades 6 through 12. Not all questions are the same between all the different grade bands, however, this one is. And you'll notice that there are 2 favorable responses out of 5 instead of 2 out of 3. 52% of 6th through 12th grade students who responded to the survey responded favorably when asked how much support do the adults at your school give you. And this favorable response was averaged in the bank of questions under the topic of sense of belonging. And sense of belonging earned a 46% favorable response overall for grades 6 through 12 in the spring Panorama administration. Our second question is Growth mindset. Growth mindset is a topic aligned with the Student Competency and Well-Being Measures Survey, where students perceive their own social emotional skills. When asked at school, do you think you can change how much effort you give? 95% of 3rd through 5th grade students responded favorably, meaning that they did think that they could change how much effort they were giving in the classroom. This question was one of 5 that created a composite score for growth mindset, and growth mindset composite score was 91% favorable responses for students in grades 3 through 5. A similar question under the growth mindset topic was asked of 6th through 12th grade students. When they were asked how much can you increase the effort you give in school, 38% of students responded favorably. And this question and 4 others create the composite score of 36% favorable responses for the topic of growth mindset in scholars grades 6 through 12. And this is down 3 percentage points from the fall. So that takes me to my key findings, current actions, and next steps. One of the key findings is that favorable responses have increased in grades 3 through 6, in part due to increased readability. As I mentioned before, a team of teachers and data specialists came together to revise these questions, and we saw a more complete outcome from our scholars once they were able to understand the questions that were being asked of them. Topics of growth mindset and sense of belonging have seen a decline of favorable responses in the 24-25 school year from fall to spring. Our strongest topics this window were supportive relationships in all of our grades, challenging feelings in grades 6 through 12, and rigorous expectations for our 3rd through 5th graders. The current actions that we do with this data include data review meetings where school teams look at these student responses to gauge what traits are going well at their building and what traits they may like to focus on in the future. This data set will also be discussed at leadership meetings where the data will be discussed in regards to school and culture goals for their sites for the 25-26 school year. Next steps for the Panorama or Social Emotional Wellbeing Survey include finding closer alignments between Panorama topics and the traits of a Hopkins scholar, which feeds into increasing the understanding of why we do this and what we use this data for with our scholars. That leads me into graduation rates. This year, you'll see we have a graduation rate of 85.6% per MDE. All of these calculations are per the Minnesota Department of Ed. 85.6% graduated, and this is for the 24-25 school year. 9.2% of students continuing on in their education, 4% of students unknown in their final year, and 1.2% dropout. Some of the findings that we have around these numbers, we have a rate decline concern. The Hopkins high school graduation rate declined 1.8%, while the state's overall rate increased. We have found discrepancy in graduation data. Internal records show less than 5 non-graduates, while MDE reports are over 20, which leads us to potential coding errors. Some scholars marked as non-graduates by NDE may have actually graduated on time. Our current actions around this are data review meetings. We've had 2 meetings held to analyze discrepancies and concerns. We're investigating the MDE formula. We have a team that is working to understand how MDE calculates these numbers better. We're working on an audit of coding practices to identify who is responsible for coding graduation data and review what codes are used and why. And we'll also be working to correcting those errors and verifying misclassified graduate records. Our next steps include improving communication and developing strategies to communicate graduation readiness to our scholars before or earlier in high school, engaging families and scholars to begin outreach before senior year, and ongoing monitoring to continue regular meetings to ensure accurate data and sustained progress. After graduation, we have post-secondary plans. First of all, can we take a moment and recognize to celebrate our graduates and all they've achieved? Yes.
It's a beautiful wall.
It's a beautiful wall. Some numbers to celebrate from high school. Out of our graduating seniors, 290 of them participated in AP classes, 83 of them participated in PSEO, and 118 of them took at least one CIS class, meaning they were earning college credit. And at Hopkins High School overall, 833 students were taking AP classes, 97 participated in PSEO, and 236 students earned CIS credit. And then here we have some data from our 24-25 senior survey. 90% of 2025 Hopkins seniors completed the survey and shared their post-secondary graduation plans. We have 70% reporting going to a 4-year college or university, 14 reporting a 2-year college, 5% reporting full-time employment opportunities, and 10% other. We have a list of our academic honors, including 33 students earning the summa cum laude, and 41 scholars who have received bilingual SEALS recognition.
So where do we go from here? In Hopkins, our historical approach to assessment has not always emphasized as much systemization as we would like to see. So we have standardized tests that have been valued differently internally, but are continued to be valued externally. Our current reality actually is that we know we want to do more assessment, not less. Our needs have evolved significantly, and so we are working on a more systematized assessment plan that is consistent across all learning environments. This shift, though, is not without its challenges, and so what we're currently wrestling with is the time it takes to assess students takes away from instruction. FastBridge is a key example of that. It's a lengthy process, especially at the kindergarten through 2nd grade level. A one-on-one test 3 times a year is a lengthy process. We want to make sure that we have created the space and attention for our educators to actually meaningfully engage with the data that they are getting on students, both as individual classroom teachers, but also collectively as grade level teams or department level teams. We want to make sure that the data we collect is accurate enough to be actionable for next steps, and that gets at some of those testing environment components. And then also balancing the unique programs of our individual schools with the need for reliable system-wide data that tells an accurate story. So to guide this work, we are engaging with some research, some from the New Teacher Project, which has research around the opportunity myth and the opportunity makers that some of you might be familiar with, and their work leans into trajectory changing schools, as well as the Extraordinary Districts and Extraordinary Times series by Ed Trust. Both of those research bases are helping us to develop our strategy as we move all of this important work forward. As part of our implementation of all of these changes, we are continuing to convene monthly with school leaders and their building leadership teams, as well as our quarterly goals process with each school. We are shifting our focus away from systems building and toward implementation by looking for patterns and trends from districts that have successfully reversed national declines. So I think it's a very pivotal moment for us as we continue to align our assessment practices with our values and aspirations for all of our students to make sure that what we collect is meaningful, actionable, and represents the holistic experience that we want for our students. And so we're very, very grateful for all of the support that we've gotten. You'll be hearing from Dr. Nath at the Big Data Project that is also helping us drive our strategy around the instructional improvements that we intend to make moving forward. So, Chair Andreessen, that's sort of the end of the data update. And I do, as Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, have a few math slides that I would like to share as well. So we can pause here if there are for questions, or we can wait till the end, whatever you prefer.
I think that let's do a quick pause maybe just to see before I tend to forget when we move on to something else. So does anyone have any questions for this presentation?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a question for thanks again for all this data. It's something to sink our teeth into, so that's good. Maybe two things. One is you talked about the fidelity versus non-fidelity and that there's a discrepancy. What are the differences in results that, a teacher with good fidelity has, right? Like, do they move the needle, like, substantially? And then, have you kind of figured out, like, what the difference is as far as, like, impact?
I can take a stab at that, and then Kim or Jillian, if you have anything to add. So I think that we will be able to explore that in some depth when we have our unembargoed MCA data to start looking for whether there are correlations between high-fidelity implementers, and I'm really specifically talking about that literacy foundational skills block. So we've heard some anecdotal reports from some of our classroom teachers that have felt really, really good about their, like the MCA results that they saw already, and they have reported to us that what they changed really was that foundational skills block. But I think we'll be able to dig into that a little bit deeper once we have that unembargoed MCA data and present on that more in the fall.
Okay. Yep.
I can speak a little bit in addition to the foundational skills. So one of the pieces I'm looking at is we just finished our spring Otis learning walks. We are looking at the teachers that are scoring high across those 10 or 8 elements. How are their students doing as far as growth on those early reading indicators? Because that's where we expect to see the implementation of both letters training and UFly curriculum showing in that. Like, are they actually then implementing those same practices? Is it showing in their instruction? And then what's happening with their outcomes? So because all of the Otis is anonymous, it's sort of like a back-end looking finding. We have some of our teachers who have had really, really high success, feel that their spring data is significantly, what teachers will tell you is that their spring data is higher than their spring data was last year. That's how they compare. It's like, oh my gosh, my kids are ending way farther or better than they were last year. With the pieces that they do that are more specific. And that goes back to that piece I said around speed and automaticity. One of the pieces that becomes interesting is, like, when you look at we implemented a FIRE curriculum, which is our foundational skills for 3-5, and it does vocabulary, grammar, and morphology. We were just sort of piloting it this year, and our auto reading is our highest growth right now on FastBridge, and that's the subtests that are measure morphology and those components. So we're seeing some small shifts where we've put pieces into place. I would say the other pieces, I wouldn't expect to see significant shifts in our early reading until probably the middle to end of next year. So this was our first year. The teachers are just finishing up Letters Volume 1 or Volume 2, and this was their first full year of implementation of UFly. So it's pretty new. And in general, what they have said and what we've seen in our walkthroughs is that they're getting more confident with the curriculum, but as UFly says, it requires a very perky pace, right? So you have to clip along really quickly to stay on pace with what's expected in that lesson, or what ends up happening is you end up having to leave off the connected text and the writing at the end. And those are the pieces that lead to the greatest transfer. So our PD for fall during back to work week is already focused on how do we get that pacing better? How do we get better with our delivery of the instruction so that we're getting all the way through the lessons, which is directly tied to fidelity.
Okay. Yeah, and just kind of related to that, I think, for me personally, right, the map data, right, such as it is, as you presented, is not where I'd like to see the district, right? For me, I need to see, a positive second order differential, right? It needs to go up. And so, I'm not an educator, right? You folks are the educators, but it's plain to see with the outcomes. And so, I think when we have these discussions, if we can quantify and set a goal of okay, if we can move these levers, right, we can expect to see, I'm just gonna make this up, a 2% increase in whatever, right? That we make that our kind of stretch goal, right? And we track to that. And if we don't hit it, then, we have a scientific kind of method of being okay, what happened, and you're kind of doing it, but I'd like to just see it have a consistent reflection and be okay, well, there's these things that we're gonna fix, and then we think that it's gonna increase, and then like, and then we do see it or we don't see it, and then we go back to the drawing board. I just don't want a situation where, we're flat for another 4 years. Like, to me, that is not good. And I think you all agree, but I just wanted to express that for me personally. So thank you very much. I know it's a difficult topic. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think what the one thing I would also offer is that's definitely something that we work on as we're working with our building level teams in terms of their goal setting as well, to ensure that, we're all on the same page about what we want as the outcome, and then how are we impacting that at the building and the grade level, classroom level.
Does the curriculum offer a way to do what Director Zhao suggested, which is look at what we're doing differently with fidelity across a single school year, and then match that with a prediction of how much we might be able to gain in terms of student performance by the end of the year? Are there guidelines that help us put together those goals?
I mean, I can speak to the foundational literacy piece. So we work as part of the transformation zone with MDE, and so that's part of why we do the OTIS. And so we have a district capacity assessment where we're looking at all of those pieces that are impacting outcomes, and then we get recommendations, or we work with them to identify these are some areas that we think we can grow in. I would say, based on across the country and places who've implemented UFly 5 years ahead of us, we're on the right path. It's just a matter of getting teachers more confident. I mean, year one of doing something that's a pretty huge shift in instructional practice is big. And then it's a matter of making sure that that practice that they're subbing in that they haven't had before isn't taking up too much time and then taking out other important pieces. And so I think the OTIS, I would say right now, is our best tool for looking at that implementation and fidelity to the curriculum and that block of time, and then getting in classrooms as much as possible.
I also think something that we touched on and maybe could elaborate on is our desire to really standardize our assessment process outside of MCAs. What is nice about MCA data is that it comes with a very strict guideline of how to administer the assessment. When we work with FastBridge or possibly CAPD or whatever assessments are coming forward next, those are left a little looser, and so they're done differently across sites. And so something that our team is really working and focusing on is how do we standardize that assessment process across all sites to make sure all students are receiving a fair environment. We're also working on implementing the process for data cycles. The reports that we've provided for this last school year, the 4 systems, are kind of the baseline of how we would like to implement data cycles with our data specialists in each site. And while this has been something that's been growing over the years since the role's been created about 4 years ago, I think now we're at the strongest standardization point that we've been at.
Thank you. And I do want to also just clarify if there is a difference, because what I appreciated about this presentation was that at the end of each report, there was key findings, current actions, and then next steps. So I'm wondering how is that structure and the information included on those slides tying into what Director Zhao was wanting
Absolutely.
to see?
Absolutely. I think that through our data cycles, but also through our Hopkins instructional leadership team, and in fact, we're preparing for our summer day, which is on June 16th, where we bring all of our school leaders and instructional leadership teams together. These findings, current actions, and next steps definitely provide both maybe some goal language, but also some rationale for why, as a system, we need to attend to each of these things, and that, in fact, district level folks, school level folks, like everybody has a role to play in making those improvements.
Great, thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I just have well, thank you very much for the presentation, first of all. And I think it's really helpful for our community to understand the different types of data we have access to and then how we're using them. And so that kind of graph that you gave, or chart, I guess, with definitions on the second slide around the different levels of data, I think is really helpful. And my first question is a little bit more complex, and then I just have like a quick one to follow up. So I'm curious, we've been really socialized in this country to heavily rely on standardized testing data and on standardized testing as kind of the end-all be-all for assessing how systems are serving students. And we know, we've discussed this many times at this table, that does not tell the whole story. And that, the history of standardized testing is incredibly problematic, and that the tests were designed to be racially biased, and the tests that we have today, MCAs, still are not culturally competent and responsive. And so we know that these tests don't accurately capture what our students are able to do. And as you alluded to, some students, I'm going to use the term, don't take them seriously, right? Not because they're not serious students, it's because this isn't how they prefer to be assessed, or it doesn't mean anything to them, right? Because nothing's going to happen if you don't do well on this MCA test. It really doesn't matter to them at that moment in time. And so I have some curiosity around kind of this new approach moving forward, where we're collecting more data, which I do think is the correct approach, because we need to really understand what's happening at the classroom level, the school level, and the district level. How are we planning to use qualitative data in that process, and with kind of the knowledge that it is very time-consuming to collect qualitative data and to do that, in a rigorous way?
I think it's a great question. I can think of some examples of what we've done in the past. So I think, to your point, MCA data is important in that it tells us where we need to look and to investigate further. And so one of the things that we have done in the past, for example, is if you notice a particular trend that is showing up on MCA, then it's our job as a district leadership team, but also as school leaders, to really dig in and try to figure out what's going on. And specific to literacy, you can do a lot of different things, like conduct focus groups or survey groups of students to see, for example, how do they feel about themselves as readers and what is their confidence level. And I would say the same thing works with our teachers too. Kim's been talking a lot about implementation. At the end of the day, what we want most for our teachers is to feel really confident in knowing if they've got a struggling reader, for example, they can identify, diagnose, and they know what to do about that. And you don't get that from a quantitative measure necessarily. So I think we are kind of thinking about how to not just stop with whatever sort of the standardized data tells us, but really to use that to catapult us into doing some further research to see what is happening, either at the entire school, at a particular grade level. And I think our data specialists are really well positioned to kind of help with that more in-depth research component, basically.
That's great. Thank you.
Dr. Ertl, I think we've heard you talk before at the board table about our dispositions and skills within the graduate profile, the trait of the Hopkins graduate, and the competencies that can then be defined as aligned to those traits, and then engaging with our teachers around how those competencies show up grade level by grade level, and how students can then begin to assess themselves against those competencies as an additional way of filling out a holistic picture of how they're doing and how they're matriculating through the system.
Absolutely.
Chair Andreessen, can I ask a question?
Just 1 minute. Did you have another question?
Thank you. Just a very, very fast one, Director Roper, I promise. So it's just about the discrepancy in graduation data. So I don't remember ever seeing this before, such a large swing between what we're showing internally and what MDE is showing. I'm just wondering if you have any guesses as to what's happening there.
Yeah, I have some ideas. I think, calculating graduation rates is always, lots of entities do it in lots of different ways. And so one of the things that I've discussed with Principal Ballard, and one of the reasons that we want to really codify what the process is and who's doing it. So an example is some students who participate in credit recovery may be considered as not graduating in time when in fact they might have achieved the credit need by the date of graduation. And so it's possible that some of that could account for some of it, but I just, what we want to make sure is that we both deeply understand what is a coding thing and what is more of a systems problem that we actually need to address with our students. And so I think when we articulated our next steps, and we're hoping that, our Maya learning tool and some of the things that the graduation planning tool that we're using for students to register, we'll do some more of the sort of adaptive work with students so that students really can see where they're at, but then we do want to make sure that we're not making coding errors that would have our graduation data, reporting the way that it does.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Roper.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all again for presenting this information. It is extremely helpful in how we, move forward with, with the just like curriculum and just how we best support our students and improve outcomes. But I do have just a few quick questions. So for one, is there a way that we can, or is there any disaggregated data available for these high-risk numbers that's available? So like, could we see like which demographics are sitting higher in this 20%, like this 20, 22, and 21% between the different years? So I know like fall 2024, it was lower, and now winter 2024, it was higher. And just so even having even in like that 2% difference, the demographics of who were higher, I think that would be very helpful in understanding what targeted services are being offered to support those high-risk numbers, and to see how we can also improve those, as to what Director Zhao was saying about, how can we improve the metrics around the work that we're doing to improve outcomes. And then the second part question was, I know that we survey students on, kind of like their experience and their learning styles, but is there a way that we also ask or engage parents in those conversations as well? Because I know for a fact that my son is in tutoring outside of his classroom, and so I would love to be able to provide input to the school or my son's teacher around what that experience is, because he's learning differently than when he's learning inside the classroom, and maybe that also plays a role in maybe how he's adopting to different teaching styles, because a kid is a kid, so like they can get used to one teacher style versus another, and that can impact their learning as well. So was just wondering if there's any opportunities for parent voice inside of those surveys that are happening. And then 3 is a more kind of deeper question. I know Fast Bridge is a newer district assessment that I think was adopted maybe a few years ago, though I know it was conceptualized through the University of Minnesota's Educational Research Department, and was wondering like if there is a specific question or like word problems in Fast Bridge that you notice that most of the high-risk students are struggling with. Are we able to give that feedback to the U of M for them to reimagine what that test could look like? Yeah, so then that way we could think differently about testing the students, because like if we keep giving them the same test question and they're all struggling with it, then maybe it's not the student's ability to learn the question. Maybe it's that the question is not being asked in the right way for students to learn. So I think maybe that would be a great, and even if like the U of M could even come and talk about Fast Bridge and how they got to this level of questioning, I think that would also be helpful for parents. So that was something that I was just thinking of as you were presenting, so.
I appreciate that. So I can I think I can answer all 3 questions.
Okay,
Maybe,
yeah.
well, sort of.
Okay.
Yes, we can definitely get disaggregated data for Fast Bridge at each of the assessment intervals, and we can certainly share that addendum. We can share that with the board and include it in future sort of board reports as well. To your second question about parent input, the panorama does not facilitate a parent survey to report on those items about their children. I think that likely happens maybe informally just via conferences or something like that, but I think it's an interesting idea to think about how our parents sort of also being able to share about what their perspective is on their students' strengths, weaknesses, learning styles, all of that. I think that's pretty interesting. And we, as Jillian mentioned, we're really working to, with that social emotional well-being tool to make sure it's doing the things that we want it to do. So I like that idea. And then the last, I don't know if FastBridge is open to our feedback in terms of item analysis, but I think we can definitely find out. The good thing about FastBridge, it's really widely used, but they are local. So they're easy to connect with. So I appreciate that suggestion.
That's good.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Again, thank you all for coming here, and thank you, Director Zhao, for your comments. I wonder, as I hear you talk about monitoring fidelity and like seeking to deeply understand, and I really appreciate that. And I feel like we've heard at least some variations of that here at the table in the past. And so I guess I'm wondering, you mentioned specifically having like a PD already planned for the fall. So that's one concrete item that's going to happen to help increase the fidelity and help increase our teachers' confidence. I'm wondering if you can provide any more, especially as we are having some like leadership changes. So you're talking about everyone having a role, and we are undergoing a few leadership changes at our schools.
I can speak a little bit to some of the other literacy pieces. So we are sort of tightening up that expectation, both with principals and schools, around that foundational skills block. We have summer curriculum writing that we request every summer, so we have a team that's looking at both UFly, the pacing guides, and what those common assessments would look like, as well as the FIRE, which is the 3-5 program, and building that up based on where we saw weaknesses. So we had collected actual teacher feedback, we've compared it to the data on FastBridge, and then we're using that to make changes to it this summer. So continuing to iterate, to take that feedback and to refine based on where we see that we need to make some shifts. So that's, another place where we're just taking exactly what we've seen happen and then making some immediate adjustments.
I think the only thing I would add to what Kim said, and Ilsa talked about this a little bit when she was talking about math in terms of what we know about trajectory changing schools. And one of the components that I feel is really critical for our entire system is this concept of consistency and balancing, sort of each school's individual personality with some consistent tights. Like, this is what we will all commit to, making sure is happening at the classroom level, and this is why it's so important. And so I think that's sort of one of my, guiding lights as we think about, the 25-26 school year, but going forward is really ensuring that we are implementing those consistent evidence-based practices, whether it's in math or literacy, and that our teachers feel confident and competent to do so, and that they understand why it's so important, and that we are checking and working with their school leaders to make sure there are no barriers to that consistency.
Thank you. As you mentioned, everyone has a role. So then is there something that this board can do? Obviously from it's a different perspective that the board has to take, but is there something beyond scheduling these check-ins that would augment your efforts?
I'd like to think about that. I think, to be honest, I think the first thought that pops into my head is, I think, continuing to hold us accountable for strong implementation and consistency is really important. And, one of the things I appreciate so much about Director Zhao is that, we can't always sit in an ambiguous implementation space. We do actually have to see strong outcomes based on our practices. And so I think really kind of continuing to hold us accountable to be able to show that what we're doing is making a difference. And if we're not showing that, then we have to reevaluate and change course. And I think, balancing what is sort of a reasonable amount of time to expect to see some significant changes with the knowledge that new practices take a while sometimes to really become embedded in standard practice. So I feel really confident in the work that we're doing, but I do think that, continuing to have these conversations about outcomes versus implementation will continue to be really critical.
I'd like to add two things. Dr. Ertl, you mentioned the moves that everybody will make, so I wanted to be specific and say that Dr. Ertl and our teams will use our Hopkins Instructional Leadership Team sessions next year to focus on those moves. So in the past, we've really been building our knowledge and our understanding around what letters training requires of all of us, and now it's really time for leaders and coaches to execute specific instructional leadership practices that are designed to support teacher instruction. And that can look like learning walks where we're taking very specific notes and giving very specific feedback to teachers. It can look like calibrating our feedback or calibrating what we see in classrooms. So there are some very specific leadership moves and instructional coach moves that we need to take, and we want to do those in concert. And then item number 2, thank you for the question, Director Hartland. I think that if board members have time, we can orchestrate some learning walks so that board members can see instruction in action and then just start closing the gap between your theoretical understanding of what these pedagogies look like and what the teachers are actually required to execute, or those of us who are trained in instructional leadership, we have to also practice looking at the quality of tasks that are placed in front of students to look at, is it at grade level? Is it rigorous? Does it require complex thinking? Right, so those are maybe a couple of ways board members can get more involved.
Yeah, we'd be
if
happy
time
to
permits.
design those experiences. That'd be great.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. So I just wanted to say before, I become the cynic or the doomsayer, that, I do appreciate the 84% of our students that are off to 4-year or trade school. And I think that's a really, really good number. And so, I think it's just like, we kind of, in the satellite, get them there, but, we can always do better. And I want, and expect, frankly, that we improve all the time, right? And, and just lastly, right, like the quickest way to get me to be quiet is to have improvement. So you just consider that.
Thanks. I just had a different perspective that I wanted to run by you. And as I was looking at, in particular, the panorama data, which I find really, well, anyway, it just inspires me to think about a narrative of what kind of experiences our students are having in the classroom. And as I'm looking at the difference, I know in the key findings, you said that the difference between 3 to 5 and the middle school favorable responses could be because of the adjustments that were made to that survey questions. But I am also wondering, is it because we are intentionally teaching these things now when we hadn't before as a district? So are our older students not having as big of a sense of belonging, growth mindset, and what's the other one? I can't remember. But I kind of, as I saw those results, that's immediately what I thought of. We've been doing this for the time in which the grade school levels would be displaying an impact, because we've been intentionally teaching that in classrooms. And our older students, it just started, right? For them in their career. So that was the only thing I was thinking of.
Yep.
this is, our younger kids, this is school for them. Our older kids, not so much. How many did we lose before we started implementing, intentionally teaching these things?
I think that's a really strong observation and definitely something that we consider when we do our data reviews between the two. I'll also say there are differences and discrepancies within the two surveys. Like you saw, there's, in the 6 through 12 survey, there are 5 options for them to answer, and 2 of them are favorable and 3 of them are not. And in our elementary, there's 3 questions and 2 of them are favorable. And so with the amount of students that we have, it's likely, I think it's normal and expected to see higher numbers in the elementary than you do in the secondary based on how many questions there are to answer and how many students are taking it. But I do think that, to your point, Panorama is Castle aligned. The Purposeful People and Character Strong is Castle aligned. And so our students are more familiar with this kind of conversation and these social emotional well-being skills.
Thanks. And I'm sorry, I didn't check to see if anyone else had questions before we move on to math. Great. Thanks.
Okay, so you can go to the next slide, please. It's just the same deck. Okay, so I wanted to provide just a little bit of follow-up to Ilsa and Alyssa in my presentation related to the K-5 math implementation. So we did get a couple of questions after the board presentation, so I wanted to make sure that our board had some additional information related to a couple of items. So first of all, we did want to provide some of the national proof points around Imagine I Am. And one thing, and Elsa is traveling for a family wedding, so she was not able to be here, so I'm going to do my very best to represent the work of the math team and Ilsa's work well. But these are some of the school districts that have implemented Imagine I Am, which is a brand of illustrative math. So illustrative math is sort of it's a math curricula that is, there are 3 publishers who are licensed to publish it, and Imagine is the one that we are looking at. So these are apples to apples comparisons. And so board members, these are just some highlights from some of these other school districts, and then there are research briefs that are linked in the deck too if you want to read the actual reports. Another proof point that we wanted to share is through Ed Reports. So Ed Reports is an independent nonprofit organization that provides free evidence-based reviews of K-12 instructional materials, specifically ELA, math, and science. And their mission is to empower educators and decision makers to select high-quality standards. So according to to Ed Reports, they gave Imagine Learning illustrative math K through 5 the highest ratings in focus, rigor, and usability. And usability is important because our elementary teachers in particular are really inundated with needing to learn and understand many different material sets. Because they're sort of the sole instructor for the students. And so it was very important in our process that we lean into usability because it doesn't help our students if there are 16 teacher manuals that a teacher has to master before their instructional practices change. So this is what Ed Report said, and then the other one that I wanted to share is from Evidence for ESSA. So Evidence for ESSA is another research-based website created by the Center for Research and Reform in Education at Johns Hopkins. So it helps educators and communities, again, find K-12 programs that meet the evidence standards for the ESSA Act, Every Student Succeeds Act. So this curriculum meets ESSA's Tier 2 evidence standard, which means it has demonstrated statistically significant positive effects on student achievement through rigorous and independent evaluation. So what that means for us is, you can go to the next slide. So it means that it meets the standard to use federal funds. If federal funds became available for curricula purchase, promotes equity, it is backed by research, It supports strategic implementation, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that next. And then also confirms that we're selecting a curriculum with demonstrated results when it's implemented well. So in our work with other districts who have implemented Imagine IM, this is what we've learned. So number one, it's the fidelity word again. You have to use it with fidelity in year one in particular, so that our teachers really get a deep understanding of the resource. The resource supports learning across all tiers 1, 2, and 3 of MTSS. And so we are leaning into a focus on learning this material versus trying to supplement with other materials that might sort of muddy the results. And so we want to make sure that we are understanding the impact of this specific material set versus the impact of some supplemental materials. Teacher prep should be minimized. So one of the criticisms with that was brought forward in some of the articles is that the teacher prep is incredible. And that is true for illustrative math products that teachers had to create a lot of their own manipulative materials. So our proposal includes manipulative kits, which is important, and also centers kits, which facilitate small group learning. And so the proposal you see is inclusive of those kits for every grade level teacher, and then shared kits for our special educators as well. A pacing guide. Okay, again, pacing is really important. And Kim, what did you say, peppy pace? Yeah, so we want to make sure that we are providing guidance to our teachers about how quickly they should be moving through material. However, we also know we need to balance that with meeting every child's needs. So there is a sweet spot there between having a pacing guide that doesn't allow for any remediation or enrichment, but making sure that we're getting through all of the grade level standards in any particular grade. And then finally, we have to balance our teachers' time. So our elementary teachers are implementing the learning that they have had through their letters training, foundational skills, and we're adding math into the mix. And so we're very aware that it's a significant lift. When we talked about readiness with our school principals and our math review team, they are also aware of the rigors of what we're asking of our elementary team, and they all wanted to move forward. None of our school leaders, after talking with their staff, wanted to wait on an implementation. So speaking of implementation, and this is a little bit redundant to some of the conversations that we just had, but we do need a shared vision and aligned leadership. So we do need our principals and all of our instructional leaders, coaches in the buildings, aligned with what this looks like and what we're trying to achieve. We know that professional learning there's always a lot more learning to do than what we have time for. So we're really leaning into what kind of train-the-trainer models can we have, what can be delivered asynchronously, what are those in-the-moment professional learning opportunities that don't require 75 people in a room, listening to something. So we're paying attention to what the professional learning plan is going to be. And then again, assessment and pacing that supports depth. So we want to balance ensuring a rigorous approach to all of our grade level standards while knowing that you do have to kind of keep moving in order to achieve that. This particular Imagine IM material set has support for all learners, and in fact, specifically multilingual learners, students with IEPs, and those needing intervention. So this will, by virtue of implementation, we will systematize the interventions and processes that we're using for interventions at tiers 2 and 3. So it's kind of ticking all of those boxes. Ready to use materials and differentiation slides. Again, this is to support our teachers and really keeping their planning time to a minimum, so they're not creating a lot of things. They are certainly able to modify these things, but they're not creating from scratch. And then certainly family and community communication. Just a reminder, these are all the folks who have served and will continue to serve on the review team. And then there was the other question that came up was around ancillary costs. So when you make a materials purchase, obviously there's sort of the cost of buying the stuff. The stuff for us will be these manipulative kits, the center kits, student workbooks. There are digital workbooks. We are also opting to get the paper workbooks as well. Teacher materials, and then there's a digital subscription that goes along with it. So, sorry, you can go to the next slide. We are also dedicating some elementary math coaching so that each school will have a portion of math-specific coaching that really will support them in implementing the materials well and troubleshooting too as things arise. Additionally, I think you all know that through our HCM process, which Dr. Stennis is going to talk about later, we do have peer coaching. And we haven't traditionally used them to support with materials implementations, but we do plan on training all of our peer coaches to support with this implementation, as well as a potential partnership with the New Teacher Project, whose research I mentioned earlier. We are blessed in the fact that we have one-to-one devices and internet, so that is not a cost that's specific to this. This material is integrated already with Infinite Campus and strongly supported on Canvas. And we know that we will likely need to do some translation of materials. And then finally, in terms of costs around implementation and monitoring, we keep talking about pacing guides, but we want our teachers to work collaboratively under ILSA's leadership to develop a pacing guide at each grade level, along with formative and summative assessment development, and we'll start that work pending approval this summer. And then again, just really staff and leader time to both track the fidelity to the implementation, but also the outcomes. So that's not an extra cost, we're already doing that, but it is something to take into consideration as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that additional information. And just to clarify for everyone, this is in addition to the presentation that we were provided at the last meeting about the math curriculum. So this is a deeper dive into everything around that. So I'm wondering if there are any questions from my board colleagues.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes.
Thank you for the follow-up with this information. I was curious about whether or not this implementation rollout will be effectively the same for each site, because I think that's probably where some of the frustration came from parents, is that from the experience from the compacted math, West seemed to have a better non-exit versus North. And so then a lot of parents who had their children felt probably their children didn't have enough support and they didn't know enough information about why did West. So now it's pitting West against North, where some of the scholars at West are going to probably be in high school math courses by the time they're in 8th grade, where some of the North parents were not too thrilled and happy to learn from the last board meeting that there was a difference in the rollout. So I guess my question is, Tanglin, Eisenhower, Jing, you name it, Gatewood, are they all going to be the same rollout? Because I'm seeing the names on here, and I'm not going to read everybody's name, but every site is represented, from Alice Smith, everybody in between, to Hopkins High School.
Yeah.
So I guess the question would be, just to ensure that I understand when community members are stopping me in the grocery store, is the rollout essentially going to be the same to give parents that confidence that, like, for instance, my rising 4th grader, by the time he is presented with, and he goes to North, he's going to be like, this is something I want to pursue, but now we have the context,
Yeah.
learning from our 2 others, that he'll be better prepared
Yeah.
versus what they were.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes. I mean, as you mentioned, we did have representation from all of the elementary schools. Ilsa and I both have worked along with Dr. Camphy and with our elementary principals to make sure that their understanding of what we're doing is clear. And I think we're going to, continue to work on what are all of those sort of mechanisms for consistency to ensure that our experiences are the same. I mean, certainly across all schools, and sometimes practices can even vary, among grade level classrooms in the same building. And so I think they're probably going to get sick of me talking about consistency, but it is critically important if we are ever going to be able to accurately measure impact. So consistency is absolutely critical, and our school leaders are on board and understand that this is the core material that teachers are intended to use. So that's really, really important. And then I think the other thing that I would say is that Kim this year did a Literacy for Leadership series where we had school leaders and then really anybody who was attached to literacy in the building come together for some learning sessions around, what does it actually look like when we are talking about consistency and fidelity? And so we're going to build up their skills to be able to recognize what the consistent practices are that they should be seeing. So it's not just use of materials. Materials are really critical, but it's not the only sort of leg to the stool. We're also talking about instructional practices and assessments and things like that. So we're really going to help them to know what to look for to ensure that consistency is happening both within, each classroom in any given grade, but also, driven by what we expect to see across the board throughout all of the schools.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for putting this update together, and also that email that was sent with sort of the frequently asked questions. It was clear that you had taken the time to kind of digest the experience of something like Philadelphia, parse out what were their concerns, how do we mitigate those, and so you've done a great job of work here with this. I think sort of my question from a board level perspective is sort of about the process. And so, so as I think about a new curriculum, K-5, that's math, that's coming out system-wide, and I think I had seen in there that kind of the thought of piloting versus everybody, the reason that we decided to go everyone was that's what the principals, that's what the review crew asked for. And so just any thoughts on kind of start small and try it at one school, figure out what the bumps in the road are, figure out how to mitigate those, then go system-wide versus do this all at once next year?
Yeah, I appreciate that question because I think one point that Ilsa and I probably didn't make is that illustrative has been used. It's a different version of illustrative math, but that has been used at Alice Smith this year. And so Alice Smith teachers who were part of the review process were able to speak to what that looks like. Now, it's a different version than Imagine. And what that only means, they were kind of using the free version that one of the publishers offered. And so some of their feedback, again, was related to some of what we read from New York and Philadelphia. It was a lot of work for them to implement, and so we've mitigated for some of that by making sure we're purchasing some of the, manipulative things and things of that nature. I think what I could also say is that, and I know that Ilsa's talked about this in some of the ESAC meetings and so on, in our system right now, we have several different math curricula happening, and it was really important to me to to create a system, right? I really want, whether your child goes to Gatewood or to Ellis Smith, like I want consistency across what is happening in kindergarten and third grade and so on and so forth. Again, not to take away autonomy and agency of our staff, but it's really important to me that we have equitable and rigorous experiences at all of our schools. And so that's another one of the reasons that I wanted to, along with our school leaders, really move toward something that was consistent across the system so that we are able to provide support to our teachers and really kind of create broad-based systems of assessment outside of sort of our MCA and FastBridge to really paint a clear picture of how our kids are doing and where our pain points are.
Yeah, I think you said it well, Dr. Ertl, and thank you for the question, Director Thompson. We heard clearly from our teachers, our families, from the community that there is strong urgency around math, improving mathematics instruction, and being able to demonstrate the consistency across sites that we know will yield better student outcomes. So there was also a sense of urgency to smartly vet a few curricula and choose one that is research-driven and backed by state and national standards and begin implementing.
Chair Andreessen, may I say
Yes.
one more thing?
Yeah.
So I think having come out of a year of letters and foundational scale implementation, what Dr. Ertl mentioned is what I'm seeing from teachers. They want some consistency across our system. They want to be a school district, not a district of schools. They value their unique aspects, but they want to be able to talk with a colleague and be like, how are your kids doing on this? I'm finding this. Are you finding this? How are you doing it? They really value being part of that larger community of Hopkins. And so that's a piece that even when I was talking about kind of that street level data, they're asking, can we enter some more of this into our system so we can see how they're doing on the letters spelling screener from the fall to the spring. We saw huge growth on that across the classrooms that gave it, and they're like, oh my gosh, what's happening here? And they want to be able to have those conversations. So I think what Dr. Ertl said is it's finding that fine line of they want consistency across our system. They don't want there to be sort of this thing where everyone's a unique and can't come together to do the big work that they're trying to do. So I've seen a huge ask from teachers for that related to literacy, and so I think we're seeing that also happening with requests from that team for math.
Thank you. I did also just want to mention so that people understand more about how this process works for Hopkins is that we as a school board have committees and board members volunteer to be a part of the committees, and that's where a lot of the getting into the weeds of this sort of thing. We have a curriculum committee that 3 board members are a part of, and I trust that if anything is of concern or note, that those board members bring it back and talk about it in their board reports, as they did. We heard about it here at the table. And so we do that with other things that are important, like our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee that helps us with our budget way back at the beginning of the year. And then also our Policy and Monitoring Committee, our Legislative Action Coalition, and our Special Education Advisory Council. And so I would urge all community members to become active members of those committees, and because that is where these conversations happen, and you get to dive into what's really critical and something that you think is really important. I do appreciate that we've been able to do this with math, because in my family, it's a big deal. And I just wanted to give some context to, I think, that is much more long-term than what we're talking about right now, if in a personal story, if I may. So my eldest it was evident that math was her first language and was in all of the accelerated programs and got an early admittance to the University of Minnesota's Talented Youth Development Program. and was doing that starting in what was for her 6th grade. And then we hit a bump in the educational journey, as often happens with families. And when she was in junior high, we started looking at private schools in the area to send her to. And we heard again and again from the private schools that we visited that they do not accept credits from the UMP program because they are only computational focused. And their curriculums are exactly what we have been talking about here today. Illustrative math, that the curriculum, that it needs to be tied to real world experiences, all of the things that we've been talking about. And then that program at the University of Minnesota, a couple of years later, completely changed their program, and they now do this model of math. And that was a huge and difficult transition for my kiddo. There was a lot of struggle moving from that way of being a mathematician and a brilliant mathematician to this way. But it has served her well, graduated early with a math major, double major at the University of Minnesota, and is working as an adult. So I, through that story, applaud this decision. I think it is the right direction. It is certainly being done across our educational landscape. And I would urge anyone who has questions about where math is headed and the ways in which mathematicians find their passion and their joy to look at where it's all headed. So thank you for this work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other
Chair Andreessen, just one
long stories that people want to share?
One shorter story that doesn't go as far. And you talked about ESAC, and since I'm a math nerd and I really wanted to be successful here, I attended those. And one of the things, kind of personal anecdote is there was Xing Xing teachers, Liu Laoshi and Tisdale Laoshi. I think they teach my children, right? And I think they had some conversation, and I chatted with them, and they said, and Xing Xing has 84% meeting MCA standards, right? So they know how to teach math, that's for sure. And they said, by adapting this, we're not losing anything in Xing Xing, but we're bringing the rest of the school, or the rest of the district, up to our level. And I think, frankly, I trust them in math more than myself, right? Like if they told me 1 + 1 was 3, I'd be like, okay, cool. Like I'll have to rethink all my life, but I believe you and I trust you. So honestly, if they are happy with it and think that it will meet our needs, I'm 100,000% behind it, and I'm very excited to have my children experience it as well. So
Yeah,
just
that was
wanted to
very
throw that
important
out
to
there.
us, too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Great. Thank you so much for your time and all the energy and research that went into this. Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you back here in the fall.
Thank you all. You did a lot of
Have a
work. We
wonderful
really
summer
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that then takes us to our next agenda item, which is the big data project. Is that the correct?
Yes. Well, I want to apologize to our presenter. We're running a little bit behind, so we might have to break this into 2 chunks. We'll see how far you get, Dr. Nath. Well, I want to just frame this by sharing that we are really proud to introduce a powerful partnership emerging from the unique collaboration we call the Big Data Project, which is a shared effort designed to help Hopkins Public Schools better understand how our students are faring over time, especially those who face systemic barriers to opportunity. And this effort was born out of a senior executive from Optum who contacted us after reading about all of the work that we're doing in Hopkins Public Schools and asking, a question: what if Hopkins could partner with data analysts to mine Hopkins longitudinal data, student data, and uncover the variables that strongly influence student success. And so I just want to thank Mila Hauptman for that work, and all of our data analysts from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minnesota, Optum, and the University of Minnesota for this pro bono commitment and the trust that we're building through these conversations and these data dives. And this work is directly aligned to our district's commitment around eradicating predictability from our students' achievement and performance results. And the team's data insights are helping us better understand not just kind of where the disparities are and why they exist, but what levers we might be able to pull to accelerate student growth and learning. So thank you so much, Dr. Anusha Nath, for being here. Dr. Nath works at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, and she is part of a larger team, and she has, we had originally, the original presentation was a presentation around MCA results in Hopkins compared to statewide results, and then also some intriguing findings that the team has identified that might help us systematize the role that peer networks play in high school to drive better outcomes around college applications and admissions, but we'll see how far we get. So with that introduction, thank you so much for being here and for your patience. Sorry that we're late, Dr. Nath, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you for that introduction, and good evening, members of the board. As mentioned, I'm from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, so just a disclaimer, these are my views, not necessarily that of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis or the Federal Reserve System. As was mentioned, I'm part of a bigger research team. So who are we? We are a multidisciplinary team of researchers from across the country, really. We have partnered with Katarina Boruchkova from the Richmond Fed, Angela Krema from University of Rochester, Department of Economics. We have some folks from the University of Minnesota, Paul Glowey from the Applied Economics, Eric Kummerfeld from the Institute of Health, and Michael Rodriguez, who's the Dean of the Center for College for Education and Human Development. And we also have co-authors of Philip Premick, who was a student here and now is at Monash University, and Abby Holm, who's now at Pearson. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of the research partnership timeline. This has been a long time in the making. In 2022, we started having conversations about what this project might look like and signed a data sharing agreement. We identified data elements that we needed to analyze some of the things that we're talking about today. Where are the MCA scores? Where are different types of outcomes, including some socio-emotional skills. How do we measure some of these outcomes, and what are the factors that we want to consider in trying to explain what we see in the data? So that took a little bit of work, but more importantly, we also needed to have an infrastructure for data storage and data transfer so that we created a secure environment at the University of Minnesota Institute of Health. 2023 started de-identifying the data and looking at these patterns, making sure we can merge different aspects of the data and really get a good sense of the longitudinal aspect cleaned. And then in 2024, we started documenting some of these patterns, which I'll talk about a little bit today, and then give an example of the causal analysis that we're looking at in really trying to understand the patterns that we see. Next slide, please. So what I'll do today is give you a brief introduction to the context. Some of you might be aware of some of these patterns, but just wanted to kind of put what are we looking at. Then give an overview of the topics we're considering in this research partnership, and then give an illustration, if time permits, of the work in progress, and specifically looking at results from one of our papers, which looks at social interactions within classrooms, how peers as well as different actors such as counselors and teachers help student college application outcomes. Next slide, please. And the next one. Yeah. So just to give you a brief background. So in this chart, what I'm presenting is how the relationship between student body population characteristics are across schools. So the x-axis is giving you the percentage of school of color in different schools in Minnesota in grade 3, so these are all elementary schools. And the y-axis is giving you the percentage of students who are enrolled in free or reduced price lunch. And as you can see that there's a positive correlation between the two. It's a little bit steeper after, the student body population, student of color is more than about 50%, and relatively flat before that. But, so this is basically to say that in the next few slides, I'm going to pick one of these. So I'm going to choose students of color and give you the outcomes, which are the MCA outcomes, and kind of see where Hopkins lies within the Minnesota context. Next slide, please. So what I'll present is a version of this graph. So next 3 or 4 slides are going to be a version of this. On the x-axis is going to be percent of students of color, and the y-axis is going to plot the percentage of students who are proficient in a particular MCA test, and I'll mention which one I'm talking about on each slide. Next slide, please. So in the first slide, I'm presenting to you grade 3 reading proficiency levels across all schools, elementary schools in Minnesota. As you can see, it's a downward sloping line. The red dotted line that you see is the state average. That's one number. That's 47.5%. What you can see in the green solid line is the relationship between, what is a predicted relationship between the proficiency scores and student body population. So it's declining, but as you can see, it's a nonlinear relationship. So till about 45% of students of color, schools which are students of color, minority, it's pretty flat and it's close to the state average. But as soon as you have about 45% students of color in a school, you see this really steep relationship of a downward sloping line, right? And that basically tells you that there's a tipping point after which you see really strong relationship. Where's Hopkins related to this? We'll just leave that in the next slide. So these are all Hopkins elementary schools, then plotted against the other schools that are there in the state. Many of them are, most of them are along the line or a little bit above. Zing Zing Academy and Meadowbrook are above the predicted line as well as state average. Most of the others are along the predicted line, and the Eisenhower Elementary is a little bit below. But you can see that some of the schools, which if you just compare to the state average, might look like they're very below the state average, but if you control for the student population, especially student of color and FRPL, you see that they're actually very close to the predictive line. Next slide, please. So that was elementary school. The next slide is giving you the same plot, but for grade 8 reading, which is the middle schools. And you can again see that both Hopkins middle schools are doing above both the state average and above the predictive line. The next slide is giving the predicted proficiency levels. And these are the dots are, again, all the high schools in Minnesota, and Hopkins compared to all the other schools which have similar student body population is doing much better than other schools. So this is kind of giving you a good picture of where Hopkins schools are, how much it can improve, and so on. So what I'll do next in the next slide is give an overview of how are we thinking about these big picture points. So these are some data. This was MCA test. We're looking at across schools. But this data allows us to go deeper into other outcomes, not just MCA, but also look at GPA of the same students. As we all know, there are varied different outcomes that we want to consider when we look at child development and student learning. So we're going to look at some of those outcomes as well. And here are some other examples of outcomes we're exploring now. How are students' skills evolving? What courses are they taking in math, and how does that progress over time? When students reach high school, what are the AP and CTE course patterns? Who's taking these courses, and how well are they doing once they take these courses? Are they more likely to go to college if they take these courses, and so on? And look at these in a more causal way. We're also looking at risk of late graduation, college applications, and so on. And I'll talk a little bit more about the college application project in a few slides. This is no way exhaustive, but just an illustration of what we're doing. The next slide tells us the factors that we're considering in trying to understand these outcomes that I just mentioned. We're looking at demographic characteristics, like gender, race, and age, and so on, when students started. Parental background, which includes some measure, proxy measure using FRPL, but also cultural factors, looking at home language spoken, and so on. We're looking at test scores in previous grades just to see how the students are growing over time. We know teacher and counselor inputs as well, because we know what courses each student is taking. So we can really try and understand how those interactions within classrooms and within the school are helping students develop. And since we see the whole student body population, we can really try and understand some of these different exposures. We're looking at social-emotional skill, absences, health events, and disciplinary events, and how over time some of these might be impacting student outcomes. From the surveys, we can try and understand what's leading to these absences, and we're hoping to get into some of those details in our causal analysis. So again, these are varied factors, and we want to really understand all in together, how are they helping predict outcomes, and can we really see any patterns where we're seeing some causal effects? In the next slide, so given these outcomes, these varied factors, what are we doing? So what we're doing is first documenting patterns in the data. What do these patterns look like? Providing summary statistics, looking at time trends, and really understanding those patterns, and then trying to say, okay, what explains these patterns? And that's where the second part of our research, which is carrying out these causal analysis, lies. And so we're using latest tools in statistics, econometrics, and computer science to really get at this big data factor analysis. And specifically identify factors affecting these various aspects of student performance, and one of which I'm just going to talk about in detail. Next slide, please. So I'll just give an illustration of work in progress where we're looking at social interaction and college choice. And in this big picture research question is who's applying to college, where, and where are they going? So we're gonna, today I'll show you these application outcomes, and basically this analysis uses 2024 senior survey along with administrative data that has been merged to this survey, which includes data on demographics, GPA, classes the students are taking, who their peers are, and who their counselors are. So really trying to understand what's happening to application processes. And what I'll show you today is that the information about colleges, about quality of colleges, likelihood of getting scholarship, really flows through these sort of interactions. And that students who are more informed are the ones who are going to better colleges in terms of some quality measure that we've come up with and using from the literature, and also looking at scholarship, who's getting scholarship, and how is information flowing that allows students to get better access. Next slide, please. So just to remind you of the senior survey questions. So there are 7 questions that we have in the senior survey, which is what class they're in, their student ID. These are de-identified for us, so we don't really have the actual student IDs. It's asked, what are your plans for next year? If you plan to attend to college, which school? Did you get a scholarship? Are you a first generation? And the last question, which is what we exploit the most, is what counseling services did you use? Did you meet with just your school counselor? Did you also meet with a college rep? Did you meet with a college and career coordinator? And did you participate in any prep courses? So students can check any one of those that apply. Most students meet with their college counselors. Some take up these additional resources that the school provides. Next slide, please. So here's a summary from the survey responses. So we have a sample size of 373 students. These are the seniors. Out of these, 28%, about 28% are first-time college goers. So their parents, none of their parents went to a 4-year institution. The share of students who took up more counselor services, which is they met with their counselors, but also did one of the other 3 things that are listed, is about 41%. So not all students are taking or, taking up the resources that are provided to them. And then out of the students who've responded, the share who receive a scholarship, about 45%. This is any scholarship. And the average quality of accepted offers is 28.2, and what that means is we've looked at all the colleges that students are applying to, and looked at what is the ACT score of all the incoming students in that college, and sort of created a quality measure. That's the best we could do given publicly available data. And so 28.2 is the average ACT score 75th percentile of the ACT score in those colleges where our Hopkins students are going. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, only about 42% of the students are taking up these services. So who takes up these services? So here I'm just showing you an output from a regression analysis where we look at what predicts the uptake. And the ones that I've highlighted in black bold colors are the ones that are statistically significant. So they're statistically significant from 0, the others are not. So we see that actually first-gen and low-income students are not more likely to take these services, which surprised us because we thought maybe they don't have enough information at home and they would be the ones accessing these services, and apparently they're not more likely to access these services. Top achiever students, so these are the top 10 decile of the distribution of GPA, and females are more likely to take up these services than their male counterparts. But none of the other demographics, especially the race categories, don't seem to make a difference. All students across different races are equally likely to take up these services. Next slide, please. So why should these services matter? So in this, we try to show that they do matter. So column 1 is looking at how the prediction of going to a better quality college. And the second column is showing you the prediction of these factors and how likely are they increase the probability of receiving a scholarship. And again, I'm highlighting in bold, black colors, the ones that are statistically significant. And in the column 1, you can see that the factors that matter for predicting going to a better quality colleges are if you're a top achiever. Asian students are significantly more likely to go to better colleges than their white counterparts, but Hispanic students are less likely to go to better colleges than their white counterparts. But conditional on these factors, you still have that uptake matters, that students who are from similar background, have similar GPA, if they access these services, extra services, they're more likely to go to better colleges. And in the second column, you see that they're 10% more likely to get scholarship if they access these extra services, conditional on all the other factors that we've controlled for. So it seems that these services, taking up these services does matter. So the next slide, we're looking at, well, if you're not taking up these services, how are you learning about where to apply and so on, and how do your peers sort of affect your decisions? So here are the first 2 columns. We're looking at, again, college quality, probability of going to a better college, or not a probability, but a measure. And then this column 3 and 4, probability of receiving more scholarship. And here what we do is we look at students and then look at their peers. So we look at all students who did not take up these services and see, are they learning from their peers who took up the services, and how much are they learning from those peers who did not take up these services. So those peers who took up their services, conditional on everything else, are a little bit more informed, and the student that we are looking at are not that much informed, right? Because they're only talking to their counselors, who everybody is talking to as well. So what we find, if you look at, again, the bold black letters, those are the statistically significant factors, and we see that, yes, the college quality of your informed peers affects your college quality of where you end up going. And if your peers who do take up those services, if their scholarship outcomes predict your scholarship outcomes, not so much the peers who did not take up these services. So basically, this table is showing you is that the students who are uninformed learn from their informed peers, and those who are the informed peers, those who took up these extra services. So even if, as a student, you're not taking up these services, you're learning from other peers, which I think sort of tells you that there is this information role being played by counseling services as well as peers within the classrooms. Next slide, please. So what is the main takeaway from this section? So what we're kind of showing in this research project is that conditional on all the characteristics that we see, your background, what courses you've taken, including your GPA, students who are more informed do go to better colleges and are more likely to get scholarships. who are the more informed students, the ones who take up or take advantage of school resources that are provided to them, or who learn from their more informed peers. And so this kind of tells you that, by improving access or improving take-up of these services, there could be better outcomes for some of the students who are not taking up these services. So by changing some of these accesses to already provided resources, which might not cost a lot, but just changing those accesses could lead to much better outcomes for the college students of our grade. So that's all I had to say, and I'm happy to take questions if there's time.
Thank you so much. This is fascinating. I wish we had more time to ask you questions and to dig deeper. Thank you so much for this. Any really quick questions, thoughts, feedback?
Chair Andreessen, yes, please come back so we can ask you more questions about this. I'm so curious how it relates to kind of our evolving advising approach at the high school and Maya Learning and all of that. And so this is really important research given the work we've been doing internally. So yes, please come back. That's my request.
I would agree. Anyone?
Chair Andreessen,
Yes.
I will say the same thing for Director Westmoreland. Like, if we can maybe ask some questions via email. I don't know if you're going to be working over the summer, but I would love to dig deeper into the presentation. I think it was really rich with content and information that I would love to inquire more about. So thank you for all the work that you both did on this critical work.
Yes, Dr. Nath does have a day job, but she's been so helpful in looking at this data for us. And to me, the takeaways are that it's not up to our students to ensure they get into college. It is up to the adults. It is up to us. And we have to, especially based on this research, we have to especially focus on our first-generation college goers, our low-income students, and our students of color, and it looked like boys as well, or students who identify as male. It is up to adults to ensure that we are systematizing that college information, college applications support process. So these findings are really powerful. And then the power of the peer network, right? How do we organize students across demographic group so that peers can learn from their other more informed peers? Very powerful. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know, like, we are right at 7 p.m., and I just wanted to quickly make the statement that the even year election question is not on the agenda tonight. And if any board colleagues wanted to make any comments about that here in the workshop, which is where we've had all discussions about the issue, now is your time. Great. Okay. That concludes our workshop for June 10th, 2025. And I will move right into the regular meeting of the Hopkins School Board, if everyone's comfortable with that, and take breaks as you need throughout the evening. Okay.
I use the bathroom.
Go ahead.
Like a 2-minute break really fast?
All right, 2-minute break.
Okay.
Give us a chance to welcome everyone. Oh, hi, everybody. I'm calling to order the meeting. I hope you heard the gavel. So our first item of business is to talk about our recognition at the beginning of our school board meetings of our scholars. And we do not believe that any are with us this evening since graduation has happened and school is out. But we do still want to recognize the achievements that these students have done throughout the year. So we're thrilled to have you all here in the room to recognize them. First and foremost, we'd like to give a shout out to the students and their families. The support and encouragement that families give play a vital role in nurturing academic accomplishments. So our scholars have worked exceptionally hard this year to earn their bilingual seals by demonstrating proficiency in different languages across various grade levels. Some of our students took the AP language exam as early as grade 9, while others successfully completed the Stamp, Avant, and Extempore exams to qualify for this important recognition. We are proud to announce that this year, Hopkins will honor more than 70 students who have achieved their bilingual seals in Chinese, Spanish, Somali, Ukrainian, and Russian. This accomplishment reflects their dedication and the rich linguistic diversity within our school community.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. And can we just double check, do we have any bilingual seal recipients with us this evening? It looks like mostly folks over 18 in the audience. Okay. Well, just continuing with the recognition, we may want to invite some of those students back for a September board meeting, but we thought we would engage in honoring our students, even though they're out enjoying the summer. We also want to thank our wonderful immersion and world language educators for all that they do to guide and teach our students. And also we want to show appreciation for our district's world language and immersion specialist, Markel Rios, for all that he does to support language acquisition in Hopkins. Everyone's collective efforts make a significant impact on our students' overall success, as well as their linguistic fluencies and well-being. And so at this point, we would have had a royal blue runner kind of down the middle of the aisle there. And in fact, we used it yesterday to recognize our 2025 retirees at the staff party. And then we usually call our students by name and they walk down the royal blue runner and receive a certificate from board members who stand in front of the table. So that's our process. So we're not actually going to read all of the students' names because, like Chair Andreessen said, there are 70 of them. But this is really amazing that so many students took that exam and truly excelled. And so the categories of achievement that we would have recognized, there are several students in the world languages proficiency certificates for Chinese, Spanish, and Somali. And then there's the gold seal of biliteracy for Chinese and Spanish. And then there is the platinum seal of biliteracy for Chinese and Spanish. And multilingual platinum seal in Ukrainian and Russian, as well as one student, Katerina Kalashova, received the multilingual platinum seal in Ukrainian and Russian, and then Carmen Trujillo earned the multilingual gold seal in Chinese and Spanish, and she was one of our 2 student commencement speakers at graduation on Friday. So congratulations to all of our students who received a bilingual seal of literacy, and thanks to families and educators who supported all those students. We can clap.
So thank you for that. That's always my favorite part of the meeting. And then we will go to a very close second in the favorite part, the public comment section, where we get to hear from our community here at the board meeting. There are several ways to contact the school board because we do value input from our community. You can obviously show up here at a meeting. You can leave a voicemail that can be played here at the meeting during the public comment session. Or you can send us an email at school-board@hopkinsschools.org. We really do honestly read all of them, so that is a good way to contact us. So before we get to the people who have showed up this evening and have joined us, were there any, I believe we received a couple of voicemails, but could not play them because it's against our public comment guidelines. And then we do have 7 cards, so I will go ahead and read those guidelines for those of you who are here this evening. Please bear with me as it's a little bit long, and I don't like reading to people, but here we are. Each public comment section will last for 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes at the beginning of our meeting and 30 minutes at the end. We do not have 10 comment cards, so we'll be able to hear from everybody in the first section. We allow comments up to 3 minutes for each person. And these are the following guidelines. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is for input only. Members of the school board will not respond directly to public comments that are made at this meeting. No specific action will be taken at this meeting in response to comments that are made or issues that are raised that are related to items not on the agenda. If the board determines that action is appropriate, the action will occur at a future board meeting. If you have left your comment information on the comment card, a district representative may follow up with you after the meeting. I will recognize one speaker at a time. Only those speakers who are recognized will be permitted to speak. Individuals who interfere with or interrupt speakers, the board, or the proceedings may be asked to leave. Personal attacks on any individual, including any other speaker during the public comment session, are unacceptable, as are obscenities or profanity. Persistence in making such remarks will end the individual's opportunity to address the board and may result in the individual being directed to leave. I will rule out of order any statement that would violate state or federal law, school board policy, or the privacy rights of an individual. Minnesota's open meeting law prohibits the discussion of private educational data during an open meeting. Accordingly, during the public comment session, no person may discuss private educational data on an identifiable student. The open meeting law also requires the board to close a meeting for preliminary consideration of allegations against an employee. Accordingly, community members who have concerns about an employee or want to file a complaint or allegations against an employee are encouraged to contact the superintendent. We ask you not to name an employee by name during your comments. Repeated violations of these time, place, and manner restrictions may also lead to the meeting being briefly recessed. Community members will have an opportunity to be heard within the limits of the law and subject to the time, place, and manner restrictions above. Thank you sincerely for participating in public comment this evening. And what I would like to propose, because last time we had a lot of community interaction after someone made a public comment, which made our session go longer. If I could have people be ready to come up after the person before you has completed, that would make it go quickly, and then we can applaud and show support, but keep things moving, if we could all agree to do that. So I'll let you know the order that you're in, so you can be ready when the person before you is finishing up to come up. And then, does that sound okay for everybody? Okay. So the first one is Emily Ward. The second person is Eric Mandel. The third is Carl Shepard. The fourth is Kendra Theory and Melanie Brister. 1 3-minute or 6 minutes? Let's do 6. Okay. So I'm just going to say next now because I lost count. Next would be Tiana Morris. After that is Aria Jones. And after that is Valita Moore. So thank you all for indulging me in that experiment. And welcome. Thank you for being with us this evening.
Good evening. I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge that it's now been just over a year since a transgender student was brutally assaulted in a bathroom at Hopkins High School. That assault and the district's response cast Hopkins in a negative light on the state, national, and even international stage. Tonight, I'd like to reflect on what improvements have and haven't happened since then. From what our parents and caregivers group has seen, the response to last year's assault has mostly consisted of words, lots and lots of words, but unfortunately, very little tangible action. The same type of assault is just as likely to occur tomorrow. While it's encouraging to hear about possible safety and facility improvements in the future, for students and staff here now, the past year has brought missed opportunities to make everyone feel acknowledged and supported, to make Hopkins facilities safer for all, and to turn a terrible situation into something positive for our community. The one concrete measure that was supposed to improve bathroom safety, vape detectors, hasn't even been activated yet, to the best of my knowledge, so that action did not come to fruition. One of the most effective ways to support LGBTQ students through the challenges of bathroom safety and identity-targeted violence is through strong, engaged advocacy for student groups like GSAs. These groups provide community support and a valuable communication pathway to school leadership. There's probably a reason both middle school GSAs have a robust population participating, but the high school GSA remains small. That drop is telling. Without accessible staff presence, it's the students themselves who end up responding to peers in crisis, and that really should be the responsibility of adults. I'm happy to share specific examples outside of this meeting if that would be helpful. The bottom line is this: it's been over a year. Our schools must be places of safety and belonging for everyone so students can learn. There are changes that could be made right now at the high school and in every school across the district, changes that should have been made last year to improve safety. With the new high school principal coming in next year, we have an opportunity to start a new chapter, and I hope we can seize that opportunity with meaningful action and not just more words. Thank you for your time, your care for our students, and your service to this board. I hope you all have an enjoyable summer.
Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Emily.
I'd like to welcome Eric Mandel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen, and thank you to the board for being here, and thank you for your service. I'm here to talk about the implementation of the new math program this evening. I did come in and caught, as I came in, the additional presentation being made from the learning group, and I appreciate several of the things that were said. For the community to know, I did have a meeting with Dr. Reed or this week, or last week, was it? Last week, and similarly, I sent an email to the board with thoughts about my concerns related to the implementation of the new math program. We still have not heard in front of a board meeting, so at a live board meeting about this program, there have not been questions asked during a board meeting. This is being placed on the consent agenda. Mathematics is a core discipline. It's a core part of our education. One of the largest components of our job is to, as people in the community, is to educate our students. Public education is a gift. It's an amazing gift that our society has given us. It comes with an enormous obligation. We have to care for the people who are the constituents of that gift. Those are the students, and those are the teachers and the faculty who are responsible for implementation of education and the way it is taught in our schools. This program is extraordinarily well-intentioned. I like the ideas behind this program, but I have concerns about it. Those concerns have been brought up in implementations in other districts, and I emailed everybody with those concerns, and it sounds like a few of those have been addressed here. But I think it's important that when we talk about education, we talk about programs that are being implemented, we talk not only about the choice of the program itself, of what program we're doing, but we talk about all the things that are required for the total cost of ownership and the total impact that that's going to happen to all students, to teachers. What is the load that is occurring for teachers and faculty, staff? How does this impact everybody? And if it goes wrong, if something happens where things are not working well, how do we know that? How are we testing for that? How are we examining if we're getting the results we expect? And if we're not getting them, what are we going to do about that? I have no doubt this is going to be approved tonight, but I want to make sure that we are caring for everybody who's involved and that we are looking at the impacts as we go. And if problems occur, as they did in Philadelphia, we are properly and timely addressing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric.
Next, we will hear from Carl Shepard. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board and Hopkins community. I'm the proud parent of a soon-to-be first grader at Meadowbrook Elementary. I'm here tonight to ask the school board to have a more open discussion around the math curriculum and declining performance in our school district. Tonight's consent agenda seeks approval to spend over $600,000 on new math materials. To be successful, this investment will require sustained commitment from staff and allocation of precious professional development resources. Decisions like these that shape education outcomes for thousands of students should not be on a consent agenda. We should hear from each board member tonight on the topic. That conversation should begin with a more honest discussion on math achievement in our district. While I don't believe MCA testing is a perfect metric, it does measure how students are mastering state standards. Hopkins was once a district that consistently outperformed state averages on these standardized tests. That is no longer the case. After years of steady declines, we have fallen behind both neighboring districts and state averages. In 2024, 38% of MCA math test takers in Hopkins met state standards. This is down 10% in just 3 years. Regardless of how you slice the data, the harsh truth is each year more and more students at Hopkins are falling behind. And given the size of our district, just small declines in percentage terms translates to hundreds of students who are failing. While curriculum decisions are important, the public deserves to know if there are other factors negatively impacting student learning. It is time for the board to begin asking the questions that many parents and staff have been thinking about for a long time. Are larger class sizes impacting achievement? How have demands on teachers and parents changed? Is tolerance of behavioral disruptions making it more difficult for teachers to teach and students to learn? What district-level decisions are driving away high-achieving students to enroll elsewhere? Are we spending too much money on administration functions and not enough on instruction? These are all common-sense questions the board should address. But the question before the board tonight is how math curriculum will drive stronger learning outcomes for our students. I appreciate that there was some extra discussion tonight, but we need to be certain the curriculum can be implemented and is aligned with our class sizes and behavioral policies. The public deserves to be able to evaluate the proof points that were provided earlier. Before rubber stamping administrative administration decisions, we should all embrace a process that drives meaningful board-level discussion. We need to challenge groupthink and consider diverse viewpoints to drive the best outcomes for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll welcome Kendra Theory and Melanie Brister. And please correct your names if I got it wrong.
You're good. Okay, I'm going off script tonight, so bear with me.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through the data as I see it that is going to be approved if the budget is approved today as is. I've tried to ask if I have false assumptions, and I haven't heard anything concrete other than what I'm sharing. So the first page, this is data straight from the budget, and then from data Principal Ness gave us, and then some assumptions on how schools would dole out their classes. But none of them are, anything wrong. So the first dark blue graph that you see, that is the class sizes if teachers were allocated based on how many teachers the budget gives them. So it's added up, it's divided by 25 for kindergarten, divided by 30 for 1, 2, 5, and then that number's added up, rounded down for the FTE teachers on the budget.
That's the predictive staffing model.
Yes.
Currently in place.
So if we just look at Tanglin for an example, you can see the dark blue bars at 33, 34, and 39. So those are the classes as a result of that rounding down that need an additional FTE if we don't want class size of 33, 34, and 39. So you can see that arrow kind of comes down to that 3 in my table there. So that's how many FTEs I would assume Tanglin would add at their school to bring those class sizes down to where the light blue bar is. That feels reasonable to me. Then you can see the very last line in that table is 682. That is the combination of that per pupil funding and the compensatory. So that is their discretionary fund. They need 3 FTEs at $124,000. That's $372,000 they need to subtract from their discretionary funds, and that leaves them with $309,000 that they can fund additional things, additional student support, paras, et cetera. If you look at Eisenhower combined on the left, that is when you take Eisenhower as a combined school. So you can see there is that dark blue line at 39 and at 32. Assuming we want that below those numbers, we would need to fund 2 additional FTEs. You can look at that discretionary funds available for Eisenhower is 719, plenty to cover it. 248 is the cost of those 2 FTEs. We're left with 471. It looks like Eisenhower is left with more than any other school in the district. If you look at the 3 columns to the right of that, you see it as it actually is. So Eisenhower as community school, Juntos, and Jingjing. So you can see community school, if you allocate out those 24 teachers, it leaves us with 38, 39, 35, 40, 38. If we don't want class sizes that big, and then 27 for K, which the predictive staffing model says 25 is the goal for that, so I brought those down too. Then, based on the newest numbers today, we need 11 teachers to bring it down unless you're okay with any of those dark blue line numbers. Which brings us, if you add all of those up, those FTEs, we are then negative $647,000 at Eisenhower as a combined school of 3 sub-schools. You can also see Meadowbrook is negative based on that if they need to move that 31, 32, 32.
Glen Lake as well, 34, 34, 35, but nowhere near negative 647. The second page is if you cap class sizes at 32 for 1 through 5 and 27 for kindergarten. It's the exact same analysis, exact same everything, except for if you're letting class sizes be 32, that's where it gets you to. The third sheet is like my how I got there. So that is my assumptions that I'm making that are correct. I'm really good at this. I enjoy looking at data, and this is wrong.
It's inequitable because if you take a real look at exactly what's happening on the ground at Eisenhower, it appears from the predictable staffing model that we have enough funds, but we actually need more teachers than that because if you remember from the last time we were here, we can't average out across the entire grade level at Eisenhower because of the 3 different language models. And so that's kind of the root of what's going on here, why that predictable staffing model works differently at Eisenhower than at the other schools.
And potentially Alice Smith. We don't have their numbers for Spanish versus English. I don't know how theirs breaks out. I know how Eisenhower looks, and I haven't heard any different from my math here, and it makes sense. So I would hope that you wouldn't approve the budget as is today without taking a good look at that and seeing if it's fair. That I don't want you to take away from other schools because they have more, but Eisenhower shouldn't be left this far in the hole to pull from other areas. Principal Ness has done a great job based on these numbers, pulling together what we have today, but we need more, and it's not equitable the way I can see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Like to, next we'll hear from Tiana Morris. Welcome.
Hello. Dear school board members, my name is Tiana Morris. I am the current health associate at the Hopkins High School. I am here today to speak in full support of our current principal, who recently submitted her resignation. I want to begin by acknowledging that our current principal is not just an outstanding leader, but a Black woman who leads with strength, compassion, and deep empathy in a time when our students and staff are in need of it the most. Visionary leaderships more than ever before. She is not just a model, but she's not just model, but she shows up with integrity, courage, and care. Her open door policy is not just a phase, it's real. She listens and she sees people. She makes space for all of us. She makes space for all of us to be who we are as Black staff members. I can say firsthand how rare and meaningful it is to work under someone who affirms and supports us while also holding high expectations and deep respect for everyone in the building. She creates a culture where students feel seen, heard, and valued. She is respected not because she demands it, but because she earns it. Through consistency, compassion, and clarity. I have worked in several schools, and I have never experienced a principal like her. I have never experienced a building like Hopkins High School where I, as a Black staff member, felt seen, valued, and heard. This is why her resignation is not only deeply painful, it raises serious questions. It is out of character for someone like our current principal to leave midstream without the kind of notice and transition plan that she would have normally provided. We are asking the board to deny her resignation at this time and to take a deeper look into what may have led to her decision. We believe that there may be pressures or circumstances behind that we as the community and staff members are not aware of yet. She would not step away without reason and certainly not abruptly. We ask that you treat the situation with the sincerity, it deserves for the sake of our students, staff, and school community. We are urging you to stand with us in seeking transparency, accountability, and justice in this moment. We cannot afford to lose the kind of leadership and the truth that would definitely make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tiana.
Next, we'll hear from Aria Jones. Thank you for being here.
Dear members of the school board, my name is Aria Jones, safety coach at Hopkins High School. I come before you today not only as an educator with 18 years of experience, but as a biracial woman who identifies as Black woman. I have worked in multiple schools over the course of my career, but it wasn't until I entered Hopkins High School when I truly felt I found home. That is because of one honor of our principal. From day one, she made space for me to be in my full self. She taught me how to be comfortable within my skin and how to speak truth to power, and how to recognize my worth even when I struggle to see it myself. Her leadership has been transformational, not just for students, but for staff, for Black women like me, and for anyone who has ever felt unseen or unheard in education. This past February, I experienced a tragedy no one would ever prepare for. I lost my son and my father in the same month a day apart. In my years of education, no one ever told me to take care of myself. I'm sorry. I was consumed with fear about grieving, about money, about keeping it together. And our principal, told me to take care and take the time I need. She worried about the rest. She didn't just say that, she meant it. She helped me make hours up and make ends meet. She gave me the dignity and support in a moment when I had no one left to give myself. And when I felt like doors were closed to me, she opened one and encouraged me to return back to school for my own education. This is the kind of leader she is, not just a principal, but a lifeline. So when I heard she had submitted her resignation without explaining or warning, I knew something wasn't right. That is not her character. She is transparent, forward-thinking, and deeply committed to the school and to the people. We deserve to know what is behind her decision. Today, I'm standing here before you asking to deny her resignation and investigate further. We need clarity, we need the truth, and most of all, we need the opportunity to her to stay and finish the work she has poured into herself. We don't know what tomorrow holds, but I do know that allowing her to remain in her role is the best path forward. She's the only one who reaches out to our scholars in the way she does. She sees them, she knows them, and they respect her because they trust her. Please hear our voices and stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aria.
And now we'll hear from Valita Moore. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Wasn't expecting to cry. First, I'd like to start with reading a letter from another parent. As a parent of 4 children in this district, almost at every single level, I'd like to respond to the recent news of principal of the Hopkins High School's resignation by starting about reading this letter from another parent first. Principal of Hopkins High School, I read your email the other day and wanted to take a minute to thank you for what you've done for HHS. My son Jay is going into his junior year and has had a positive experience at the high school. I only recently heard rumors of descendants from other parents. I'm sorry I was not more outspoken in support when I know leaders often only hear the bad from the people they are leading. There is so much negativity in the U.S., from small communities to the nation, and it's so hard to be a leader. That said, I don't know what you personally have faced, and I'm genuinely sorry you have not been supported and have experienced microaggressions and outright aggressions, and as a Black woman in leadership in our district and community. I admire you and your value, and I value you, and I hope you find a better place for you. I hope you are refilled and refueled as an individual, and I hope you are valued for the woman you are. Thanks for doing what you did for the school and the district. You will be missed. So in the last minute, I'd like to echo and say we would love for the board to take a closer look into the abrupt, very poor taste in when it was announced, resignation of principal of Hopkins High School. It doesn't sound or seem like something this principal would have done in any other case. It doesn't sound like it was thought out and planned according to what she would have done, and how she talked about planning other areas of her life and her future. And so, in closing, we'd like for you all to consider that this is an important matter before we just automatically transition to a new principal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valida.
Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment section of Open Agenda. I would just like to say again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments. We do appreciate your engagement, especially as we are officially in the summer. Normally, we would go to our student board representatives' reports, but they too have started their summer, so that takes us to the superintendent's report. Dr. Mary Peary Reed.
Thank you very much, Chair Andreessen. I'd like to just begin by acknowledging all the parents and community members we have in the space this evening. Thank you for being here. Your voice matters. We especially appreciate the courage that it takes to approach the board table and to share your honest and candid perspectives about issues that are important to you as an individual, to your family, to our students, to staffing, and so many other elements of the schooling experience that we must all pay attention to. So thank you for exercising your voice. It matters. And while it's not in the board's protocol, as Chair Andreessen mentioned earlier, to provide an immediate response, you will get a response within the next 3 days. So again, thank you for sharing your perspectives. I want to take some time to just go through a brief superintendent report, and I am very thrilled, actually, to have reached the end of a school year, and it is always a monumental achievement to go through a school year. We serve 7,000 students here in Hopkins and 1,300 staff, and to reach this moment where we have our students now engaged in going out into the world if they recently graduated, or out in summer programming, or just really taking some deserving time to relax, and for teachers to have that time to relax. We are thrilled to be in this space. Closing one chapter and opening the summer chapter. Hopkins is really a great place for students to learn, excel, and achieve, and it's a very special place for staff to work. And of course, this year was not without its challenges. No school year is, but Hopkins is a place where we work hard to get ahead of, embrace, and confront the responsibility and challenge of educating 7,000 unique learners the very best we can. So I wanted to also share that on Friday, as you can see on this slide, we did send 484 graduates into the world beyond Hopkins. It was a beautiful ceremony. I think it lasted, what was it? just under 2 hours. We started right on time at 12:30 and ended, I think, right before 2:30. The graduates this year are truly a direct reflection of the labor, love, and high expectations of Hopkins staff. In the commencement speeches, it was shared that 70% of this class graduated with a GPA of 3.0 or higher, submitted over 2,400 college applications, and collectively earned $20 million, yes, $20 million in scholarships, which is a really huge figure. We now have our graduates attending over 250 four-year institutions and additional students attending two-year colleges or signing up for unique military, gap year, and other post-high school experiences. The class of 2025 reminds us of what it means to invest in our young people. So congratulations to them and to their families. We also graduated 26 students from virtual EDU. Some of them participated in commencement at Mariucci. Others felt more comfortable participating in the ceremony hosted by virtual EDU staff at their building on May 30. This was also a very beautiful ceremony, one in which Associate Principal Demond Johnson delivered a lovely tribute to graduates and all that they had overcome to earn their diplomas. He praised the virtual EDU staff, and teacher Regina Johnson impressed families when she read every graduate's name without any notes or pronunciation tips. That was very magical. So congratulations to our virtual EDU 2025 grads. One special Hopkins tradition is for seniors to do a senior walk at their Hopkins Elementary School. And if you haven't experienced this, it really is a very special event. So the day before graduation, all of the seniors go to the high school, they practice the commencement ceremony, and then they hop on school buses and go to the elementary school where they had their K-5 experience. And if they were maybe joined Hopkins in their 6th through 12th grade years, then they pick a school. So everybody participates, and it's really touching to see the elementary students literally looking up to the high school students as they walk through the halls and do fist bumps and high fives. At Meadowbrook, where I was able to watch this taking place, PTO volunteers had created paddles with the kindergarten photo of each Meadowbrook senior. And so they waved those paddles as they were going through the halls, and it was just really special. Our community also celebrates kindergarten, 5th grade, and 8th grade graduations and transitions. So for example, I visited Miss Ellen Wu's classroom at Alice Smith and found her students preparing for their own ceremony. Every kindergartner demonstrated the writing skills they've been developing all year, producing a "My Future is So Bright" poster. And I chose a few to share with you. So on here we see, "My future is so bright," and then there's several questions. "In the future, I see myself being," one student said, "a gamer," another teacher, a third said a teacher, and the fourth said a babysitter. "And I would like to live in," they said, "Texas." One student said Hopkins. One said, "I would like to live in a cloud." And the fourth said, "I would like to live in California. I would like to drive the inputs were Tesla, car." Does that say ice cream car?
I think so.
Okay. "And a pink car," which would be definitely my choice. And lastly, "I will be sure to always be helpful, love my family, 10 things that I like, and help the community." So it's nice to see those students practicing their writing skills and also talking about their aspirations. Our 5th graders across our schools all have special academic projects that they culminate their school year with. So at Tanglin, I visited the 5th grade Wax Museum, and this was an experience where each student had previously researched a modern figure or a figure in history, created poster boards to share the biographies and then posed as those figures in frozen form, only moving and speaking when visitors pressed a special button. And so I was very impressed with our students' projects, which included, of course, processing and synthesizing technical information and memorizing speeches that they delivered in first person. I am excited to share that Principal Aromaselli from North Middle School was recognized by the International Baccalaureate Organization of Minnesota just a couple weeks ago. The IB organization surprised him at a staff meeting with this award. And so I just want to publicly congratulate Julius Aromaselli, who truly is a leader that shines in his efforts to create a culture of belonging, learning, collective efficacy amongst the staff, and high expectations for students. Congratulations to Principal Aromaselli. Also, it was very fun to see many Hopkins staff at the staff party yesterday held at Hopkins High School in the afternoon. The Gatewood Goats did a great job of greeting all of us, and it was confirmed again that communications and marketing truly know how to throw a memorable event. So thank you to Jolene and her team for all of the planning and execution that goes into that. We also, with hundreds of folks in the cafeteria space, we enjoyed honoring our 2025 retirees and winning raffles. There were some drawings. And we appreciate our school board members for joining in and being visible with staff. That means a lot to our staff, so thank you, board. And here are the 2025 retirees. We thank them for their combined 248 years of service, putting in the work month after month, year after year, and in some cases, decade after decade. So Steve Warner, Dr. Stanley Brown, who is back there physically in the boardroom. Everybody give a cheer for Dr. B.
Steve.
Oh, it's Steve. Where's Steve? Steve, I didn't see you, Mr. Warner. Let's give a clap for Mr. Warner as well. I shared with all the folks yesterday at the party that when I talked with Steve at graduation, I asked him, how many graduations have you done? And he said 33 in a row, like 33 consecutive commencement ceremonies. So that's a fun fact. Also, Donna Beyer, Allison Purdy, Lori Larson, Kelly Anderson, Debbie Nitzberg, Michelle Stanford, David Conrad, Jenny Brown, and Abibat Salau. Congratulations to all of our 2025 retirees. And finally, I'd like to thank our communications and marketing team. They've been very busy lately for the hours and hours and hours and hours organizing and publishing this recent Hopkins report to the community. So it should have arrived in your mailbox within the last couple of days. Please give this report your full review, as it does provide our community with updates related to safety and security, enrollment, achievement and learning, budget transparency and community trust, and what future-ready schools offer in terms of career and technical education, virtual and outdoor learning, immersion, and so much more. And there are several QR codes throughout the publication to direct you to web pages on our Hopkins website if you want to look more at achievement data, budget, and other things that are very important for our system. So thank you very much, Communications and Marketing. And with that, I will end my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reed. Any questions or comments from my board colleagues? I just want to reiterate that graduation was amazing, and we all get to be there as a board, and I really appreciate you bringing the other graduations that happen across the sites so that we can be a part of them too. I got to see the Gatewood Kindergarten from across the playground, so that was exciting.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I might get in trouble. I did not have a slide for our Transition Plus graduation, which recently happened. So to all of our T+ graduates, congratulations, and thanks to our Transition Plus staff for all of their efforts supporting our 18 to 22-year-olds.
Great, thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Can I just also just say that, just to our retirees, that I really enjoyed working with them during my tenure on the board, and I'm really going to miss just having those fun conversations with Dr. Brown and Steve Warren, sorry, about like your EV journey and how that's going and just how you're planning just to travel the country. And so I'm just proud of both of you for making that decision for yourself. So thank you.
Thank you. So that takes us to approval of tonight's agenda. I would look for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the agenda for tonight is approved. And we then move to the consent calendar. These are items that provide the board with information considered to be more routine in nature. If the board deems an item to be necessary for additional discussion, a motion will be made to move the item to new business. I would like to alert the public and also board members that there are 3 additional items on our consent calendar. And the reason they were not there initially is because our amazing assistant was on vacation, and these renewals, their lease renewals for established tenants that have been with the district for a very long time, they were sent to her mail, but she was on vacation. And so they did not get put on the consent agenda in the manner that they normally would have in a timely manner. So the board members were given the opportunity to review. However, I would like, if anyone does have questions about, in particular, those 3 items, I would say now is the time to ask for any clarifying questions. I don't see any, so then I would move for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh.
I have a motion and a double second. Any discussion?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that we've had very good discussions, particularly in the workshop that just finished, that, you know, yes, that elementary math adoption is a big topic, but like there were questions and I felt like a lot of them got answered. So that's just a comment I wanted to make here.
Thank you. I would also direct anyone with additional questions to, we did have a presentation on it at a prior board meeting. And so a lot of information was shared at that as well. And I believe you serve on the ESAC committee, correct? So I think there's additional information there. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I would look for, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the consent calendar is approved. That takes us to the treasurer's report. Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. Tonight's treasurer's report will focus on the fact that Minnesota's legislature did have a special session yesterday, starting yesterday, but actually continuing into the early hours of this morning, where they did finally pass our budget. And a super quick recap, our state runs on a 2-year legislative session called a biennium. And so one of the years of those bienniums is a funding year where the state has to pass the budget for the next 2 years, and the other is a policy year. So this has been a funding year. And every funding year, the state of Minnesota has to pass several broad budget bills in categories like transportation and health and human services. And the K through 12, or the public education benefit, is one of those categories. And obviously the one that we and other school districts across the state have been waiting anxiously for. And without that budget, we have no authority to spend any money after June 30th. And so obviously that would be incredibly disruptive. And so waiting to see that the working groups could come to agreement and then have a special session and pass this final budget has been tense. And we have a legislative action coalition here in Hopkins that has been kind of staying on top of that and meeting throughout this process. Some of the highlights of the budget bill that passed is that universal school meals have been protected, at least for the next 2 years. So there was a win for school districts that can start their school year as of September 1st for the 26-27 and the 27-28 school years. This is because Labor Day will occur very late during those 2 calendar years, meaning we'd have to start like in the second week of September, and then we'd be ending school in like the 3rd week of June. So the district, other districts too, it was kind of a statewide coordinated effort, but our district and our Legislative Action Coalition advocated for that, and that did pass. Some additional flexibility was granted temporarily for the use of our compensatory dollars. Again, those compensatory dollars are earned by students from lower income families to augment their learning and close any gaps they might have. Additionally, the legislature, it originally was on the table to cut this provision where our per pupil formula that we're given by the state, it was a victory a couple years ago to index that to inflation so that we were sort of categorically awarded an increase in line with inflation, and that has never been a given prior to 2 years ago, and that has created a big problem. You know, in every budget discussion here, we show a slide that's put out by the Association of Metropolitan School Districts that shows how much our per pupil funding has eroded in the face of inflation, and so securing that in Minnesota 2 years ago was a huge win. It was a possibility to be cut in this session, and it was not. So that was a win. Some additional challenges that we face are that they passed a decrease in per pupil school library aid and decreased some reimbursement for student support personnel or paraprofessionals. And so it's important to remember that, so there's some numbers that are put out by the state of Minnesota for that. So it shows that our district our library aid will be decreased from our original award of $119,000 down to $76,000 from the state. And then for the student support personnel, we were originally forecast to get $364,000, and that's been reduced to $225,000. But it's very important to remember that those numbers come from the state's research office, and they have to be like vetted and trued up by our staff here. And that is a huge lift every year to take all of the implications that happen at the state level and then understand what they mean and systematize them here actually in the district. One additional note about the legislative session was that there was a resolution to encourage school boards to have student board reps, and here in Hopkins we've had student board reps for the last 26 years, so a program that predates all of our student board reps. And so we were one of the original models for that and had advocated for that at the state level as well. Regarding this month's expenses, you see many for Modern Heating and Air. This is a local Minnesota company that we engage regularly to augment our maintenance staff, as we have made staffing cuts at the board table as a district and have endeavored to keep them out of the classroom. Unfortunately, that is a place that we have lost staff, is in our building and grounds departments. So we used to have staff electricians and staff plumbers and carpenters, and so now we're down to one all-around maintenance lead for these like construction type projects, and he is assisted by various companies that we contract with. And given the rates of pay and benefits for employees, we do save money by contracting these services. For utilities, we paid CenterPoint Energy $7,117 for natural gas, $3,895 to the City of Golden Valley, $10,310 to the City of Hopkins, $9,544 to the City of Minnetonka, again, for utilities, to various third-party companies for solar panels and to use the electricity generated by those solar panels. We paid $100,827. And we receive very large credits against our Xcel Energy bills for any energy that we get from solar gardens instead of the traditional grid. And because we have been in a state of deficit for the last 2 years, that is a program that's currently undergoing a cost and benefit analysis. We've been in that program for nearly a decade, and so it's currently being reanalyzed to ensure that we are still getting our full value out of it. So this board and any community members that are tuned in can look for a report on that in an upcoming meeting, probably in the fall. We paid $48,181 to Teachers on Call for substitute teacher services. For prom, you can see line item expenses of $15,197 paid to the Fillmore to rent the space and $850 for the event's DJs. And while those events are paid from the school to the event, they come from our student activity fee fund. So families and students have paid fees into that account, which cover those expenses, and they're not part of the general operating expense or our general operating fund. With that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $918,727.38 for the period of May 16th to May 31st, 2025.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Chair Andreessen.
Yes.
Treasurer Hartland, I appreciate you giving an overview of the action at the legislature that just happened. And as I was reading through some of the outcomes earlier today, I became really concerned about this Blue Ribbon Commission that is being assembled to study how we can further reduce special education costs in the state. And we know what the outcome of that will be. It will be less money for special education, which will increase the cost that we incur here on the district level. And this is absolutely a structural financial issue that the state has refused to address adequately, and I'm really fearful that this commission is going to exacerbate the problem. And so I wanted to make our community members aware of that, so that you can continue to track the issue of special education funding at the state level, because it is incredibly impactful for us here in Hopkins. I was also really disheartened to see that private school funding that comes from the state remain largely intact. And state dollars should be used to fund public schools. So, thank you.
Any other discussion?
Director Westmoreland, I'm sorry, thank you for noting that. I'm going to be taking a look into that. You said it was called the Blue Ribbon Commission?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think there's an additional commission also formed to revamp compensatory revenue models. And so I'm uncertain exactly how the outcome of that's going to be, but there will be, I think, opportunities for the public in our community to know about their work and to make comment on them.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's contribution to what's happening at the state level. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the treasurer's report is approved. And that takes us to new business. Our first order of new business is the final fiscal year 26 budget approval. I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. I'd like to welcome our Director of Business Services, Truro Chapanduka, to the table, and I'll just provide a framing, and then we'll present the information and engage the board in some Q&A. So we have had several opportunities throughout the year to engage with our community and school board around our budget. Like many other districts across the state, Hopkins School District faced a significant budget shortfall this spring. These budget shortfalls are due to rising costs in all categories of spending and flat enrollment. In some places in Minnesota, result of declining enrollment. Here it's more flat. And then this is paired with the most significant factor of state funding not fully covering past, current, or projected public school expenses. And so many districts across the state, and in fact, we had some opportunities to talk with districts around the country. Many districts are facing budget shortfall this spring and potentially moving forward. So again, here in Hopkins, we identified $7 million in budget reductions and efficiencies to prepare for fiscal year 26. Our budget process this school year began as it always does, and that is with partnering with our Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, which is CFAC, a group of parents who have financial expertise, who have several meetings with Dr. Lightfoot, Mr. Chapanduka, myself, and then 2 board members also attend those meetings. And from there, we then have bi-weekly budget meetings with our principals and district leaders. First, getting clear on what our instructional and operational priorities are, and then engaging in the necessary work of scrutinizing spending patterns and identifying areas to reduce or create efficiencies. Our highest priority always is to try and protect classroom teachers, student learning, instructional support, and as you heard many of our speakers mention earlier, class size. And that is our continual struggle, is to figure out where are the areas we can reduce so that we are not leaving teachers with class sizes that are hard for student learning and classroom management. So that is just a continual focus of ours, and we appreciate the perspectives that our school leaders, our teachers, and others bring to the conversations and to the decisions so that we can try to make the most responsible decisions possible. So at this point, I'll just turn it over to our Director of Business Services, Truro Chapanduka, who has been with us for 6 years now and really has modernized our budgeting process in many ways. You saw a couple of speakers earlier who have the data to do their own analysis and present us with some scenarios for consideration. When I was hired in 2017, that never would have been a possibility. The budget packages were centralized, and we just, staffed the buildings without really taking a look at spending patterns across program, across school. And we then, developed what is called a predictable staffing model, which does then look at enrollment per school, per grade level, per school, per grade level, and begins to assign staffing and operational components so that principals can staff and run their schools the next year. And so it's really amazing for our public and for our parents to have that level of detail at their fingertips so that they too can scrutinize our staffing and our budgets and present some alternative ideas. It's really a night and day difference between where we are now compared to a few years ago. So thank you, Truro, for that work, for increasing transparency with the budgeting process. Your job is very difficult. And I will stop talking now and turn it over to you so you can present some information, and we'll see what questions our board members have.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Reid. Good evening, Board Chair Andreessen, respective board members. It is a pleasure to be sitting in front of you, the community, colleagues and staff. Well, it's been a wonderful 6 years in the district, and I want to thank Dr. Mary Reid for bringing me to the district and working with the board, working with my colleagues in cabinet, with staff, with the finance office, the operations office, and the community at large. It's been a pleasure, and I'll go through the budget. This is something we've actually presented a couple times, starting with the preliminary budget on April 22nd, and then did a first read of the budget on May 20th. The information is still the same, so I'll just kind of go through some of the elements we have factored into the budget, and after that we'll open it to the board. Andrew, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So, as initially mentioned by the superintendent, the process actually starts with some internal conversations we have at leadership when we look at our enrollment, and we look at other variables and factors which we always put into consideration, including any increases in basic per student allowance revenue from the state, as well as any mobility we see in terms of students coming in and coming out of the district. So when we do the budget, we use projections. So we are kind of predicting based on a lot of variables and factors, putting into consideration information we receive from the county around birth rates. We also factor in some of the competitive businesses in the K-12 industry around us. So charter schools, we factor that. We also factor in components around surrounding school districts where we either are gaining students coming into the district or students are moving from district boundaries into those school districts. So there's a lot of data which has to be put together to at least give us some initial planning assumptions. Once that information is gathered together, we meet with our Citizen Financial Advisory Committee, which is a group of financial experts in the community who kind of help us try to build the framework and parameters of which we will start to build the budget after approval from the board. So some of the parameters we've used for fiscal year 26, which we've kind of done in previous years, were around the projected increase in state funding. So when we did this, we projected a 2% increase. I know I'll kind of share some more information as previously mentioned by Treasurer Hartland on what just been passed by legislature yesterday. We also projected a flat enrollment in fiscal year 26 and into the foreseeable future. We projected a 4% annual increase in cost of living adjustment, knowing that we still have work to do with our negotiating bargaining units. We kept our fringe benefits at a 42% flat, as the same we did for this year. We increased our purchase services, utilities, and supplies with a 3% consumer price index inflationary component. And then based on what we've kind of been seeing in transportation, our transportation expenditures have been escalating, so we did factor in some of those projections and started working on identifying opportunities to make changes within the transportation operations to actually close the 7 million projected gap we're facing as a system. Can you go to the next slide? So what has not been factored into this budget is the new information we just received. So we have not factored in the additional 0.074 increases, because when we did the initial projections, we're projecting at 2%. Now that the legislature has come up with a 2.74%, that 0.74% amounts to about $400,000 based on my preliminary calculations. We also did not factor in the hold harmless compensatory funding, so that information will come when we do the revised budget. We did not factor in reductions in special education transportation reimbursements of about 5% based on the information which has been shared, any reductions in student support personnel aid, reductions in library aid, and any new requirements for the READ Act. So those new changes will be factored in as time goes on into the fall and presented back to the board in spring. As mentioned earlier on by the superintendent, our budget process was very intensive. It was collaborative, working with leaders across the system. We've worked on bringing our priorities together, meeting with leaders. We held bi-weekly meetings with principals and district leaders. We also had a group which was put together, which was the weekly swift action budget team, which would look into any priorities, any alignments which we needed to factor in to identify the $7 million. We did also look into comparative analysis with other school districts for central level staff. We did a transportation audit. We also did a co-location audit. We identified the number of programs which needed alignments, for example, with our counselors, substitute reconfigurations. We also did a secondary schedule reconfiguration. On top of that, based on the work we had done in the last 4 years around the predictable staffing model, we did an assessment of consistency and variability with the predictable staffing model across our different buildings, just identifying common themes and any standardization when it comes to resource allocation. The next slide is just the graph which relates to the enrollment between some of the actual enrollment we've seen and what we are projecting here into the future. And as I mentioned earlier on, we did start the budget projections using a flat projection for fiscal year 26. And then we'll start getting some more information later into July, August, before the school starts. And if there are any adjustments, we'll work with building leaders to make any adjustments in terms of staffing or any shifts which may need to be aligned. The next slide actually shows the breakdown of our general fund revenue between the basic revenue allowance, which accounts for about 43.1% or $56.2 million. Our state aid and levies, about 13% or $70 million. Special education, about 11.3% or $14.7 million. our general education aid, $8.5 million or 6.5% in percentage-wise. Operating referendum, 13.5% or $17.6 million. Local option revenue, 4.3% or $5.6 million. Federal aid, 3% or $3.9 million. Restricted revenue, 3.2% or $4.2 million. And other revenue, which accounts for 2.1% or $2.5 million, for a total of $130 million, $575,130 general fund revenue. For expenditures, salaries and wages account for about 55.4% or $72.3 million. Benefits, 23.3% or $30.3 million. Purchase services, 15.6% or $20.3 million. Supplies, 2.9% or $3.8 million. Capital expenditures, 1.5% or $1.9 million. Other expenditures, 1.3% or $1.7 million, for a total of $130 million, $575,130, which brings our revenue and expenditures to structurally balance after the reductions and realignments we did. One of the challenges which I would like to re-mention to the board and the community is around how we get funded, especially for our allowances per pupil, which has been lagging for the last at least 22 years, and that presents a lot of challenges when we are looking at cost of living adjustments of 4%, consumer price index inflationary increases of about 3%, and then when you factor in a 2 to 3% in additional general formula allowance coming in, that just shows that we'll always lag behind. So we'll have to make adjustments each year until the state maybe changes the way they fund K-12 education. And it's unfortunate that that kind of creates a lot of unpredictability. It creates a lot of uncertainty and unproductive when we come to this time of the year and we start making cuts which impact people's lives. So I just wanted to make sure that there's a common understanding about how funding comes in and some of the pressures and challenges we get as school districts in terms of trying to align our revenues to our expenditures. The next slide is information I've already shared, where when we started the process, we had to identify some cost-cutting measures. We also had to move some resources from some of our assigned fund balances to be able to close that budget gap of $7 million the district was facing. The next slide breaks down some of the cost-cutting measures we undertook to get to a structurally balanced budget between transportation, some of the changes and realignment we are doing with our holistic school safety, some of the assigned fund balance we are shifting to cover up some of our operations and maintenance, some of the shifts we are doing within our capital projects levy, some reprioritization of funding from our proprietary funds, which is the community education and nutritional services, and certain reductions we need to make within our operational side of the district, which makes up some of the cuts and reductions we made. We also looked into our subshoot model and made some reconfigurations. Our targeted staffing model, which we have always put dollars on the side to cover up for any shifts in enrollment. We also made reductions in time cards. We also did realignments on counselors, as well as a rundown of our classroom teachers using the predictable staffing model. Can you go to the next slide? So the next slide actually shows the breakdown between when we allocate resources, the resources we are allocating directly to schools, the resources which are allocated to support district-wide programs, as well as department allocations. So about 58.9% of our budget for the general fund, which accounts for about $76.8 million, is direct allocations to buildings. 34.5% or $45 million is district-wide allocations. So when I say district-wide allocations, this includes transportation, this includes services provided through our custodial services, things like utilities. Those are central managed, but the majority of the resources are being used in our buildings. And then about 6.6%, the department allocations, which accounts for about $8.6 million. These are centralized office departments. So, for example, business services processes payroll for all district employees, accounts payable, accounts receivable. When you look at our human resources, when you look at our governance, as well as centralized personnel for information technology, for specialized services, they all fall within that departmental allocations. So that's what I have for the general fund. The other funds we are also presenting on the food service fund. Based on our projections and claims for food service fund, we are expecting a food service revenue of about $3.9 million and food service expenses of about $4.5 million. Food service still has a health fund balance, so they are projecting a deficit of about $666,000. We've been working with the nutrition services to make some realignments and adjustments for that, so that we don't continuously dip into fund balance. The next one is community services. We are projecting community services revenue of $12.3 million across the different services and programs provided within the department, and expenditures of about $12.3 million. And again, some of this information will change over time, and a revised budget will be presented in the spring for the board's approval. And that's what I have in terms of the budget. Again, I want to thank the community in Hopkins for accepting me, and I'm so proud for the time I've spent within the district, the 6 years. Yes, there were challenges, but I also know that there were also a lot of accomplishments. And as I leave the district, I'm going to be a great advocate of Hopkins, a great ambassador of Hopkins. And I appreciate all the trust and the collaboration, all the learnings and everything which has shaped my 6 years in the district, which I will take with me into the future. And I'm still going to be in the Twin Cities, so I'm hoping to see each and every one of you, but I'm very appreciative. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here with us again this evening. Any questions or feedback?
Chair Andreessen.
Director Westmoreland.
Well, first, Director Chapman-Duke, I'd like to thank you for your service. We have spent so many hours together at this table over the past 6 years, and I'm like having flashbacks to COVID and how much work we had to do on the budget during that really uncertain time. And so I'm really grateful for your service. And as Dr. Mary Peary Reed already acknowledged, I think your lasting legacy to Hopkins will be how you gave us a new way of thinking about budgeting that has allowed for much more transparency for our community, which leads to more engagement and advocacy, and that is exactly what we want. That's the sign of a healthy democracy, and you helped us get there, so thank you. I do have a question about the budget before us, so not a lot of surprises tonight. This is the fourth time we've looked at this version of the budget at the table, with minor tweaks here and there. I think it would be really helpful for transparency for our community to understand a bit more about the process when it came to building leaders, because our school leaders are involved in all of these decisions every step along the way. Talking about the predictable staffing model and use of discretionary funds to bring class sizes down, and what that conversation looked like across the district. We've heard a lot of information about one particular site, but I think it's really important that we look at that in the larger context.
Thank you, Director Westmoreland. I can start and then I'll give it to the superintendent. Yeah, and again, the predictable staffing model came out of the desire to create transparency, considering that a lot of the decisions before we moved to this process were kind of centralized. And we wanted to make sure that enrollment, as well as any additional categorical resources we receive from the state, are channeled into the buildings to support the different priorities. Because what we discovered was there were different priorities in different buildings and different needs. So for us to at least create a foundation and a level playing field for these resources to be able to be channeled into buildings, we started with what we called a base allocation. Meaning, like, for us to be able to open a building, what critical base resources do we need? We need a principal. We need teachers. In terms of teachers, what we did is we created the at least a baseline of class size, and determined that, okay, at least for kindergarten, we need 1 to 25 students, knowing that any additional remaining resources will be allocated to a building, and building administrators in partnership with their staff will identify where they need to reduce class size, where they need to add additional resources to support the different programs. And every year we look at this information because, as you know, enrollment fluctuates. So just knowing that our resources are finite, knowing that what we receive from the state is not in line with the demands and the needs of our programs, wanted to give that voice to buildings and leaders and staff to be able to make decisions so that we create accountability. So to cut this long story short, we decided to create a base allocation, get resources outside of that base allocation into the buildings, and then buildings using tools, looking at programs, able to prioritize the resources in terms of need in their spaces. So you will find that there are different variations in each building because buildings are also leveraging those resources. What we have not done is, because when we allocate resources, we are using projections. And lucky enough, we did get some additional resources during the pandemic, so we were able to leverage those resources to create at least additional allocations to buildings to address some of the nuances we had never experienced before with mental health, with some of the needs which previously probably were not identified. And then we work with leaders as we go throughout the year in determining if there's any additional resources which may need to be shifted from other spaces. The predictable staffing model is a resource allocation tool, which just kind of identifies and transparently put resources into the different spaces in our system with the understanding that collaboration is happening at the local level. I don't know if I answered your question correctly, but I'll also give the opportunity to the superintendent to add any additional context.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you covered it well. So I do believe that the ultimate challenge is to strike the right balance between shared instructional and operational priorities across all of our buildings so that we're all moving in the same direction, right, with collective commitments around what the instructional and operational priorities are, and then recognizing that each school is a unique context and may have needs that are very specific to the students served and the programs within that building. So what is that balance between giving principals agency to work with their staff and identifying how they will use discretionary, but also what are some shared commitments around the base allocation and the discretionary. So for example, this year we did two things. We had all the leaders, leader by leader by leader, say, okay, how did you use your discretionary for this year? Spell it all out so that the leaders could see what was the same and different, and it was very illustrative for all of us in this space. And then number two, we said, okay, this year you have to use discretionary to reduce class size before you can use it for something else, whereas in previous years there would have been a little bit more discretion, no pun intended, with that. And so I think as we move forward, similar to what our parents from the Eisenhower community have pointed out, like what are those complexity factors, whether it's Glen Lake small school size or a building like Eisenhower with 3 programs, what are those complexity factors that really require us to iterate the predictable staffing model even more to address these distinct needs that really are different building to building, and how could the PSM account for those differences in needs? But I hope that gives you a sense of the process. I mean, it really is a process that takes up the whole year. All the leaders are in the space. We're trying really hard to look at that balance between what we're all going to do the same in a uniform fashion and what needs to be different school to school, and what then are the implications for the predictable staffing model.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Director Roper.
I want to just say, Director Chapman-Duca, thank you so much for your time and services here at the district. It has been a wonderful experience working with you and learning from you, and I appreciate your in-depth analysis of all of our questions that we ask, and doing it with such grace. I know that it's a lot of work, it's time-consuming, and I just appreciate your effort to ensuring that we have the information that we need to governance effectively. So thank you. I just have 2 quick questions. I'm just looking at the budgetary reductions and realignment in the instructional services, and it says secondary substitute coverage and refiguration. And when it says like reduce sub needs district-wide by using large group spaces for multiple classes and have paraprofessionals as supervisors. Could you just clarify that just a little bit? So does that mean that if we need a sub for 2 different subjects, then we have a large room, that those 2 subs would be used in that same room for 2 different subjects? Like, that's just kind of I'm just want to understand what that means for the $400,000 district-wide reconfiguration.
Did you want me to try to answer that? And
Okay.
Dr. Lightfoot is going to check my understanding. So this is a line item that is specific to secondary, so 6th through 12th graders. And yes, so because we do have opportunities for teachers to put onto Canvas what the learning will be should they be gone for a day, then we are trying to create a scenario where we can bring a couple of classes together in a larger space and be supervised by an in-building sub or a paraprofessional, rather than teachers who, don't really like to do this unless it's a dire emergency, right? Rather than teachers covering these classes during the prep period. And we do need to compensate our teachers. Number one, we're taking their prep away. Number two, teachers are paid at a higher rate than in-building subs or paraprofessionals. So it allows our teachers to retain their prep time, and it allows students to be in a space where they can be supervised by a caring adult who can check in and make sure that they understand what to do with the lesson plan, which would mostly be on that Canvas page. Is that correct? Okay. He nodded.
Well, thank you so much. And then also, I'm just looking at just 1 second, it was the targeted staffing specialist. So does that also mean that for targeted services that we will be reducing, or is that just targeted?
No, so targeted services is the program where we identify students who need accelerated learning so they can reach grade level, and we provide opportunities for that enriched learning to happen after school, usually in elementary, maybe a little bit in middle school. And then targeted staffing is a small amount of resources that we set aside for this time between now and the start of the school year, in case, let's say, my goodness, 25 kids just enrolled in the middle of July and early part of August for Eisenhower, these late enrollments. Then because Eisenhower wasn't expecting these 25 kids, then we would pull some resources from that targeted staffing amount to fund that classroom. And so what we've been communicating with our Eisenhower parents is, like, right now we're kind of in this space where principals are finalizing their staffing, and we're going to be in these summer months where we have to watch any changes, any unexpected changes with enrollment or shifts between buildings, so that we can use that small amount of resource in a targeted way. We don't want to give it all to schools right now, not knowing what's going to happen in the summer months.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for that clarification. That's really helpful. And then just a last quick question for food services fund. I see we have a deficit of $666,044. Are we looking at ways to increase the revenue in the food fund or to reduce our expenses in any way? Because I could see that, I don't know if that will impact like the meals for like the summer, or if the universal meals have anything to do with the deficit, but I think it'll be really good to just get some clarification, because food security is really important.
Sure. Yeah, we are actually looking at a couple of different ways to realign the food service fund. There's a couple of things which have happened with food service. So in previous years, we used to get additional revenue through concessions, but then the Department of Education Nutrition Services came and actually passed some regulations which takes away any concessions from food services. The legislature does not want food services to be responsible for concessions. So we ended up moving the concession component to be managed by athletics. So that was a revenue of over $100,000, which was coming into food services, which they are not getting anymore. We are also kind of looking at different ways to realign the food service programs, make some additional push for meals, because the universal meals, this is kind of the first year we've done it. So there was strong participation throughout the whole entire year. So working with our food services director, we've been looking at ways to make sure that our structures are balanced. And one of the things which has happened in the past too was we did, when we got the additional one-time fundings from the federal government that actually propped up food services. Now we are kind of going back to start making sure that our revenues and our expenditures are aligned. The other component is around negotiations within the group, just knowing that our staff have kind of been some of the lowest paid in the industry, so trying to get them to where the meeting the market rates kind of put pressure on the fund. So there's quite a number of things which have been happening so that we don't continuously eat into the fund balance. I mean, over time, because of the fact that we leveraged some of the pandemic dollars to cover up food service needs, we also created a healthy fund balance. So we are going to tap into that fund balance while we restructure some of the operations within the department.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
I think it might be a little bit helpful to contextualize exactly what the board is approving tonight. So this is the tiniest bit bending our rule about responding to public comment. But, so this is my understanding, is that today we're agreeing to your projections for our revenue and for your projected expenses, especially in broad categories, you know, like salaries and benefits. So we're agreeing that we have reviewed this information, we've gotten to discuss it as a community, and then we also approve, or in this case, like don't approve of the use of, say, our unassigned fund balance. But what we don't do actually is specifically the board is saying this amount of money goes to Meadowbrook. That is additional information that this board has asked business services and admin to provide so that parents, community members have insight into this enormous task that is passing the budget, to prove kind of some due diligence, to prove, you know, how district leaders, teachers, community members' voice is incorporated in it. And so that's relevant because passing the budget today doesn't, to my understanding, does not mean that as enrollment numbers come in, as we true the budget and understand the impact of 2.74%, you know, that does, it is slightly more money to us than the 2% budget here, that no, it doesn't mean that admin can't make additional allocations to schools. Is that accurate?
Correct. That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I think I just want everyone who is tuning in to know, and to remind the board too, that we did this huge shift to providing all this other information, and we want to still do that and want people to be able to do their own analyses and to be transparent and to let people participate on this granular level. But we didn't do it to lock us in and to like further restrict the process. So our our approval is high level.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? When, we have this budget book final in front of us in a PDF form, and it, has each school broken out, that seems like this is the allotment that the school is going to get based on these factors. So is that part of what we're approving this evening?
Is that a question for me?
So the board is approving the overall budget for the system. The additional information is from a transparent standpoint because all this information is public. So I want to make sure that there's an understanding when we allocate these resources, that the resources are being allocated equitably on a standardized using formulas which are uniform across the system. But what the board is approving today is the overall revenue and expenditures.
Chair Andreessen. So basically, sorry, I didn't wait for you to recognize me. I just went for it. So basically, functionally, what this means is exactly what you were saying earlier, Director Chapanduka, that that numbers are shifting, right, in terms of like what the allocations are to each school. They're probably not going to shift dramatically, just in my past experience as a board member. But over the summer, enrollment shifts are happening, school leaders are assessing their needs, all these different things. We're not going to be meeting every week to approve a new and updated budget, right? That's never what we've done. And so in the fall, we'll get an update of where the budget landed for the year. But yes, this is that high-level approval that is our responsibility as a board. So thank you, Director Hartland.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes,
Yes.
Director Zhao.
Hi. Yeah, and just on the subject of, it is also a practice that we get an update around kind of like back to school and like opening of school, and we get an update on things. And one of the items that we have historically talked about, and I think we will again, is class sizes, right? And it will be, something in our purview. We're all parents. We all are in the system, right? First and foremost, we definitely care about all the experience, right? And so, if something were to explode, that would come up in our due course, when school starts back up and in our normal business, right? And we would, ask the questions and, if necessary, have conversation around that, right? So it's not like we're signing this, leaving, and, don't care, like we care very deeply. So just wanted to clarify.
And Chair Andreessen, just to build on what sounds like everybody on the board is saying, essentially the attempt here was to do a forecast to say, here's the projections, and then actuals will come in post-October to be able to say, here's the actuals. And then there is a big allotment that we approve, and then that stuff trickles down to each site, but we don't want, each site they have the autonomy to decide what they're going to do with those funds. So then there could be disproportionate where obviously Eisenhower has a larger population, so they would probably see something a little bit greater than, I don't know, a Glen Lake, that site, because they have a smaller population. Am I tracking? Just for the community to understand, like, this is how I'm seeing this, is that this is we want to be very conservative. Obviously, the details that was presented today shows that it's a little bit above the being conservative versus if we came in higher, then that is not really a good thing, for the district. If we say we're projecting we're going to have 8,000 students, and that is not the reality that we're coming into. So it's very wise, especially in this frothy environment, to be very conservative financially, as painful as it is. But the good news, silver lining for the community, is that the numbers do show based on the legislative is that we are going to get a little bit more than what our ADM was showing. So am I tracking or am I just in twilight zone?
Correct. So from a projection standpoint, I mean, the challenge to all this here in terms of school finance is we are using a lot of assumptions because we don't have the students already in the system when we are doing the budget projection. So we are using a lot of historical information. That's why we have to be very careful in terms of what we budget for or what we plan for, because if we over project, well, we are going to be in big trouble because we have to lay off a lot of staff. If we under project, we are going to have serious issues with class size. So we try to kind of find that sweet spot based on information we've collected over time to at least get a better traction when it comes to planning for programs, planning for staffing, planning for any other discretionary expenditures, knowing that way into the year, that's when we start to receive the real data on like, well, these are the true numbers of students coming in. And we've always kind of been pristine in terms of when we look at our projections and then when we look at the actual students coming in, because you want to be very close to each other. Otherwise, either being off either more or less will cause more repercussions to the system.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Am I right in assuming that based on the student makeup of a population at a school, there would be a different amount that needs to go into that school if there's more free and reduced lunch kids, different demographics? Do those dollars follow those kids to that school? That's true, right?
Yeah, the funding that is allocated for the different title groups of students by legislation, I believe, has to follow that student.
Right.
So that's what it's based on.
Right. And so then, as we've spoken this evening, and I'm pleased to hear that there's a directive to the principals as they look at their discretionary dollars that, priority is hiring teachers to reduce class sizes. So you got to do that first, right? But then, if a school has to use all of that discretionary dollars to get their class sizes in line, is that an equity issue if then they can't spend it on different supports for the kids that school body has?
Yeah, that's
Correct. So that's what, and I think that's what our Eisenhower parents and Principal Ness have been describing to us is that the majority, if not 100%, Principal Ness, of discretionary is being used to fund additional teachers to reduce class sizes across Eisenhower. Now, we are in the process of having all school leaders report how much of their discretionary they're using to hire additional teachers, reduce class size, and what kind of what fears they have around their staffing, whether it's I need another 0.5 or I need another 1.0, or at the secondary level, I will not be able to fund this course and that course. So we're asking for that specificity of information and putting it together in a little sheet so we can compare site by site what are those worries and dire needs. And I think as we've illustrated earlier, we do have to figure out, okay, well, like what would have to be different? What would have to be true in order for schools to be at more of a, have more of a consistent site-to-site use of discretionary, right? So that we don't have one school using, oh, I only need 50% to fund extra teachers. I need 75, I need 100. Like what has to be different so we're not experiencing that level of variation site to site? And I think we're still in the middle of that analysis.
I just had a quick clarifying question. So when we talk about discretionary funding, does that include title and compensatory aid funding?
So, title compensatory, compensatory we include as part of discretionary. Title is categorical. So we have title, we have ATSIS, we have achievement and integration, and those are all dollars which are flowing into buildings. Based again on demographics and part of the application for benefits. Then any resources which are left after we've allocated the base allocation, that is the basic per student, which is a pot of money we give to buildings based on their enrollment, and a calculation per each student in the building. So there is ATSIS, there is title, there is achievement and integration. Those are categorical, which we actually use a formula based on different interventions which are required based on regulation to allocate those resources. And then we have compensatory. Compensatory is based off a state calculation. They tell us how much each school gets. And what we have done is we give 80% to the building. We hold 20%, and that 20% kind of cross-subsidize our English learners, some of our special services needs, for example, with nurses, because those dollars are earmarked for specific needs across our system.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want us to conflate those so that we understood what was part of discretionary and what was part of categorical. So thank you for that.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
I want to give a short comment that will lead to a question, and one is for which I am really grateful to community members who are really tuned into this process. And as Chair Andreessen mentioned earlier, we have a lot of committees, one of which is CFAC, and so Director Zhao and I are part of the Citizens Financial Advisory Council or Committee, I can't remember which right now, but if you do have a special interest in that, you can join that committee and can be involved in these conversations starting really early in the year. And the district admin has been really responsive to CFAC, so if anyone cares to read a 63 or 68, whatever page count document is attached to this agenda for the budget book final, you can see that the CFAC has reviewed and discussed all kinds of possibilities for revenue, including using liquid amounts in cash accounts to see if we can get any more interest balance. And so the admin did some study into that and showed where we were maximizing. There's a lot of legal restrictions on how schools can invest their dollars. The CFAC asked about the transportation audit, and that was already in purpose or already being done. And so the CFAC is in a position of really good partnership with the district, and so there's the potential for our community members that are really interested in this to join that. So you could email district admin or the school board in general to get more information about that. One question, so the CFAC continues to meet, and so most recently the CFAC kind of brought up the question of administrative costs, and the admin team that was there provided quite a bit of context, including something that has been said at this board table already, where in response to a similar question from the community last budgeting cycle, district admin actually did get reduced by 4 roles going into this year. And so I was wondering if, as Chair Andreessen talked about, bringing forth the big questions that we discuss in committee, I was wondering if District Admin wanted to reiterate any of that context and any of that work that you guys had done here, especially because part of your budget process specifically talked about your analysis of comparably sized districts.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we did reach out to other surrounding school districts, did a comparison of our central office departments, and to be honest, we found out that we are very nimble in terms of administrative staff at the central office. One of the things we have kind of done too, different school districts use different models when it comes to how they report any of the administrative staff to Minnesota Department of Education. And, we've tried to be transparent in terms of how we code all the administrators, all the different titles of the administrators. And one thing I've found is when you go to different school districts, they may use different creative ways for the very specific same roles. But when we do an apples-to-apple comparison, Hopkins is pretty much in the middle when it comes to administration. I don't know if Superintendent have anything else to add to that.
No, I think you said it well. It was very hard to do this comparison because of the different ways that districts title their positions and assign functions and key responsibilities to various positions. So we ended up sort of counting people and looking in more broadly at key or core functions of each role and found a lot of similarity. We were not an outlier in any area. We did find that in our information services department, our principals noticed that maybe we have a few more staff supporting a student and staff tech needs, which, right, I mean, it's a very important service that our staff are providing because we pride ourselves on students and staff not having to wait a long time before they get that support. So we have made, some very minor adjustments in that area, but for the most part, there's a lot of similarity across all of these spaces.
So I'm hearing you say the Minnesota Department of Education does not have an exact definition that all school districts have to say exactly this title with exactly these functions, and then we all fall in. There's a lot of leeway in different school districts to assign what we might count as an admin function to another non-admin role in another district, and then those get reported differently.
Yeah, so when you look at the Uniform Financial Accounting Reporting Standards, there is general description of what is considered an administrator or what is considered support staff. And I think that's where some of those creative ways comes into play, where somebody may be titled something, they are doing administration work, but because of their title, they are considered to be support. Okay. And those are some of the differences. I mean, one thing I'll mention is about 3 years ago, the district embarked on a total compensation analysis, which we brought in a consultant who does this work in K-12 to come and just take a look at how our positions are structured and then compared that with 10 other school districts. And based off of that, they gave some recommendations for us because, first of all, if we are going to be competitive in terms of hiring and attracting talent into the district, this is the best way we would structure our positions. And then we used that as a foundational starting point to build a structure which brings competitive talent to the district. And I mean, again, this is something I think, to my understanding, had not been done in over 20 years. So I think from that standpoint, we know for certain that our structures are not outliers when we compare this to other surrounding K-12 school districts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all this. I want to also talk about what you've done for the district. I think that we started at the same time in the Hopkins schools, at least me being on the board, and it was right before the pandemic. And I just so appreciate the way in which you came in, and at the time I didn't understand what was happening, but I heard a lot of things like right-size the budget, and then I started hearing about this predictable staffing model, and I have to say, I didn't know at the time, but I so appreciate now the changes, the pretty radical changes that happened in the budgeting process here in Hopkins. When I look back at, like, I just remember thinking when you proposed that we turn to a revenue-based budget, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what other kind of budget is there? And it was being done the opposite way, and it just didn't make sense. That's not how we balance our budget in our house, right? Like, you have to have income to cover your expenses. And so I've appreciated just that fundamental shift. But then also, I see when I am at the school, the ways in which the predictable staffing model really is in alignment with the charge that we got from our equity audit of that our budget process was not equitable. Mm-hmm. And the changes that were made because of that, I can see how it is creating the ability for site leaders to really know what they're going to be facing, and to problem solve on the front end instead of having to plug holes after school has started in the fall. And I see that happening like right away. In early spring, the leader at Gatewood was working to get funds in and to see alternative ways in which to meet the needs of the building. And so I see the direct impact of that model, and I think it's not perfect. And like we said, changes need to be made in order for it to be even more equitable, but I think the work that's been done is good work. So I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And the ways in which you've educated me on the budget process in schools. And the one question I did have, because I echo all of my colleagues in saying that this is a living, breathing thing. This changes over time. And you've got a slide that is on what we now know, finally, are going to be the legislative changes that are going to impact this budget, but not factored in yet. So I'm looking at these, and I'm wondering, I'm getting a feeling it's probably going to be a wash. But just wondering if, based on your much more informed expertise, is that what you're thinking as well?
Well, close to. So, for example, if we get additional resources for compensatory hold harmless, those resources, again, using our 80/20, will be able to be reallocated back to the buildings as additional resources. What I'm trying to kind of figure out right now is, for example, that reduction in special education, transportation reimbursement, that might dilute some of the additional resources we're anticipating to get out of the formula allowance.
Yeah.
So, and then you look at those reductions in library aid. We'll have to figure out, with the new requirements, with the READ Act, with some of the language around the paraprofessionals, what that might entail in terms of cost. So it's going to be close to a wash, but we might get some additional limited resources which will be helpful in terms of addressing some of the challenges we've had from community members. But it's not going to be a lot.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And I also think it's important to note that we're probably looking at another 5% in the next biennium reduction. That is what was proposed, and it's probably going to happen to special education, transportation, and the legislator could have helped public schools out by getting rid of our requirement to provide transportation for private schools, and they chose not to do that. So that's where we are with that. Any other questions or comments before we move to a vote, I believe, is before us today? All right, I would look for a motion to approve that we adopt the fiscal year 2025-2026 final budget in final read.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and the board adopts the fiscal year 2025-2026 final budget. Thank you, Torero.
Thank you.
Thank you, Churro.
Thank you.
I believe you get to stay with us for our next discussion on the bond referendum and capital projects levy. I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Puri Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. So I welcome our Director of Business Services to remain at the table and our two guests to join us. And I would like our three guests, Director Wetter, to join in. I would like to just provide a framing before we get into this important topic and inform our community that for a few years now, our district has been preparing for a bond referendum now scheduled for November of 2025. This opportunity for a bond referendum only comes around every 10 to 20 years for school districts and presents an opportunity for our community to support important facility upgrades, which will include safety and security and ADA improvements, single-stall bathrooms, career and technical education renovations, parking lot and playground reconstruction, and modernization of athletic, learning, and special education spaces. Our architecture and construction partners in the work are SiteLogic and Fielding International. They have helped us assess all of our facility spaces and grounds. They've helped us facilitate community engagement sessions, and they've also done the important work of helping us prioritize projects according to what students need and what community members have said is important. We also needed to fit all of the projects that were prioritized into a budget. And so some additional information is that although our schools and facilities must be updated, it is really important that we respect our taxpayers' personal budgets and keep the monthly increase to under $10 per month for a $500,000 home. And there was some work that Peter Leatherman and Ellers did in helping us identify an amount that is appropriate for all of the projects that are needed across our spaces, as well as appropriate for our taxpayers' personal budgets. In November, we are also seeking to renew our existing capital projects levy, which mostly pays for technology, but would also include band instruments and school transportation vehicles. After we hear the update from our team, we are recommending that the board authorize the district to send the bond referendum and capital projects to review and comment to MDE for review and comment. MDE is the Minnesota Department of Education, and that's a required part of this process. And we are also recommending that the board authorize a special election in November, which would result in these two questions being on the ballot. So I appreciate our Director of Business Services remaining with us, our Director of Information Services, John Weather. I call him Mr. Weather. He's also a weather expert, if you didn't know. Thank you for being here, Mr. Weather, and also John Bent and Jake Berg from SiteLogic. Thank you for all of your work. I know this is a tremendous lift for a lot of people in our system. I do want to call out our cabinet leaders and principals and some teachers across the sites who have put many hours into this experience as well, and our communications and marketing team, which will be front and center with just helping us ensure that our public feels informed in ways that are very respectful of these projects and their cost. So without further ado, I'll just turn it over to the team here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Reid. Again, good evening, respective board members. I think this week is it's kind of been a long way in the making. At least 6 years, if I can remember, of a lot of foundational work which has been done. And I know, with the pandemic, we had to take a pause and then started coming back with a lot of collaboration with our buildings, with staff, creative ways where information was gathered. That was the first time I'd seen a request for proposal being implemented for ideas. I mean, we always know requests for proposals when we are purchasing goods and services. But there were requests for proposals which were done in buildings to identify in creative ways some of the projects which will be presented tonight at a high level, which takes us to how we get the funding for making this a reality and how we become creative in making sure that our buildings are providing the right quality of service to address the new paradigm in education and what our community desires for our students, the future of learning, and the shift in terms of education when you look at how buildings were designed maybe in the 1950s, 1960s, and where we are today, and the need for modernization. I don't want to take too much time, so I will give the floor to our partners from SiteLogic to take us through, and then if there are any capital projects levy questions, we have Director Waiter here to respond to that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Chapin-Duca, and thank you to the board and Superintendent Mary Perry Reid. We have, if you advance to the next slide, we have a brief but impactful agenda tonight. I want to ensure that the board comes away from this informed and ready to be able to make this important decision this evening. So we'll review in a little more detail the planning process, as Director Chapanduka referenced, the 6 years leading up to this evening. Make sure we cover all of the potential projects and scope that are being considered here tonight. And discuss a little bit on what some timeline and next steps may look like going forward from this point. So I'm here tonight representing SiteLogic, and again, we are your facility planning, architecture, engineering, and construction management partner. We've also partnered with Fielding International, who's been instrumental in leading a lot of the design work and will continue to do so throughout the project. My role is Vice President of Operations with our SiteLogic Midwest, and I've been had the fortune to serve as the program manager for Hopkins for the past 5 years. And with me tonight is our SiteLogic President, John Bent.
And I would like to echo Jake's comments. We really appreciate the board and the district allowing SiteLogic to be a part of the team to really put this together and bring it to a position that we can show the community our vision collectively together on how we could improve the environment for the students and the staff at Hopkins. So just want the team to know that we're extremely committed to this project, and you have all the resources at SiteLogic at your disposal.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the really purpose of tonight, you'll be asked to take some action after we finish here. So, I want to make sure our goal is that you feel informed, we answer any clarifying questions, we provide all the updates, and make sure you have a understanding of the shared vision that we present here tonight. I also want to take a moment to celebrate the progress that's been made over the last 6 years. Recognize the superintendent as well as the cabinet member staff that she referenced earlier. Many, many hours and a lot of work led up to the point we're at tonight. Next slide, please. And you can proceed to the next, please. So briefly recapping, again, we started this process back in 2019 with a RFP for a facilities report, identifying future needs of the facility, looking at ways to align with Vision 2031. Next phase was really the RFP process that Director Chapanduka referenced led by Fielding International, where ideas were shared and selected and brought forward, ultimately leading to conceptual designs for Pathfinder projects that are being put forward in this referendum tonight. Also very important in the top right there was all of the survey and data gathering that occurred really throughout, but very heavy in 2024. And as we moved into 2025, the planning and development of those potential projects really accelerated and moved forward into high gear. You'll see we're currently right now highlighted in the planning consensus phase. So we just wrapped up the workshopping phase, which was very exciting, where kind of all of the ideas and potential came to light, and we were able to work with you all to help select some projects to be prioritized. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, all the data that's been gathered, this is kind of the mind map. As we look at the top, we have all of the various inputs there. Starting with that facilities report I referenced, several community and staff surveys that have sent out that have been data points that have been informed. As you look to the middle, you see informational sessions listed there. One of the key components of that has been a bi-weekly meeting with the cabinet and the referendum team, where all of these inputs, as they're gathered, are analyzed, discussed, and workshopped. Also, a big part of this was the long-term facilities maintenance plan, so understanding the full spectrum of needs across the district, not just how do we improve the learning environments and the future of the school, but ensuring that there's a rock-solid foundation in place for your current facilities. And ultimately concluding with the decision-making workshops at the bottom. Next slide, please. One of the very important components of those inputs was the community engagement or listening sessions. These were very broad, designed to engage families, students, staff, the broader community in both understanding all of those inputs and then soliciting feedback and input that would be shared in the planning and prioritization process. This was a series of over a dozen separate meetings, both in person and virtual, that occurred from March through April, that provided a really host of information that informed the process. Next slide, please. All of that information really provided the foundation then for what was really the most equitable, inclusive, and transparent planning process that I've had the fortune of being a part of here at SiteLogic. You know, decision makers from across the district and the community came together to you know, make some decisions about the future of the district. A very exciting process to be a part of. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the decision-making task force composed of the superintendent, principals, teaching and learning staff, cabinet members, met over the course of 5 separate workshops. These were long meetings in the tune of 90 minutes to 2 hours, 2.5 hours long, where we reviewed priorities, we reviewed costs and budget, we just, you know, competing priorities were discussed, and ultimately leading to consensus last week in terms of potential project scope. So a lot of work led up to this point where we're at today here on the 10th. Next slide, please. And as we said a lot about prioritization tonight, so it's important to look at how were things prioritized, what lens were they viewed from. This is definitely a district decision in terms of how things are prioritized, but we've summarized today kind of the decision-making framework or matrix here. First, looking at health, safety, and security, educational impact, community support, again, informed from all of those inputs. Of course, cost and funding is an important component of that. Equity and inclusion, accessibility, and then alignment with Vision 2031. All of those categories really were examined as we looked at each project to determine what should be prioritized. Next slide, please. Before we jump into the scope summary, just wanted to pause there and provide an opportunity for any questions or discussion on kind of the process of where we've come to tonight.
I do also just want to keep an eye on time. So if anyone does have a quick question. No? Thanks.
All
We can
right.
go on to scope.
Thank you. So we're pleased to present tonight a group of really transformational projects that have not only been shaped by Vision 2031, but are really defined by your values. Again, sitting here at the board meeting tonight, getting to hear those values come out through board discussions, public comment, you know, feel confident that the projects that are proposed here are a great fit both for the future of Hopkins Public Schools and for your current values. Next slide, please. So we'll provide a high-level summary first and go into a little greater detail. So there are 6 main categories of projects that compose the $140 million bundle of referendum projects. The first being safety and security enhancements, accessibility upgrades, parking lot reconstruction work, several playground upgrades throughout the district, indoor and outdoor athletic improvements, and then modernization of learning environments. And breaking these categories down a little bit further, we first have the safety and security enhancements. These were really projects that were based on recommendations from a study called the Rosen Report, which was commissioned by the district a few years ago. And these recommendations look to provide a standard and enhanced security throughout the district. So as we looked at specific projects, this is true across all facilities in the district. They will be receiving a upgrade in interior and exterior security cameras, as well as exterior lighting both on the building and in parking lots to keep areas safe. installment of vape detection sensors, and there are several safe and secure entries that will be remodeled or reconfigured as a part of the project as well. I also have listed on there an acronym for a storm shelter, and essentially what that is when you add additional square footage, a certain amount, there's a state code requirement that requires you to provide a storm shelter as well. So that's attached to some of the building addition work you're doing, but it also has the added benefit of providing a safer environment for everyone in the community there. Next, as we look at accessibility upgrades, again, a code requirement with some of the work you're doing is to allocate a certain percentage of your budget to accessibility upgrades. The district has done tremendous work over the years in making sure its buildings are staying up to code with ADA requirements and codes. However, there are some larger projects and scopes and things that have not been tackled that really only make sense when you're doing large renovation work. Here, what we're really looking at is a lot of restroom renovation. So a lot of the smaller ADA items in terms of door hardware and things like that have been taken care of. As we look across the district, there's, with the accessibility upgrades, there's an opportunity to, just at the high school alone, renovate restrooms up to 25 or more single-user restrooms could be installed as a part of that. So a large opportunity there. We also will be adding in special education space enhancements. As we look at the parking lot reconstruction work, there's some deferred maintenance there, as with your driveway you're likely aware of. However, this goes a little bit deeper than that. There's utility lines located underneath those parking lots that'll be replaced, so it'll be full reconstruction. At the same time, another code requirement requires you to retain stormwater runoff as well. So both that utility work, stormwater retention, and new parking lots will be taken care of with that. While we look at doing those significant reconstruction of those lots, we'll also be looking at the design and flow of traffic and opportunities to enhance and make that safer, where there's opportunity to either add or reconfigure loops or drop-offs within the space. Also, one of the fun ones in the image you see there on your right of, I believe that is the West Middle School, there's an opportunity to upgrade several playgrounds throughout the district, really provide a best-in-class outdoor recreation space for students at the middle school level and throughout the elementary schools. In our last two categories, the modern learning environments, here we have the Pathfinder projects that have been referenced several times in the past. We also have significant improvements across the district to your career and technical education programming and spaces. We have a focus on music and band room renovations at several of the sites. And overall, with the Pathfinders and some specific projects, we have enhancement to outdoor learning environment and instructional spaces as well. As we look to indoor and outdoor athletics, several gymnasium additions, some of them working out to also duly serve as the storm shelter requirement, others being identified as high priority needs from the school sites for additional capacity. A multi-sport dome that'll continue to serve the high school and the community well into the future. And then some energy efficient LED field lighting upgrade and scoreboard opportunities. I'll briefly review the timeline and next steps, and then we can pause for discussion and questions. So following the board's decision tonight, a next step would be immediately shifting to referendum informational campaign planning. We'd begin reaching out to the administration and the cabinet to start that process. The next milestone is the submission of the review and comment by the end of June. And then we continue to provide, really looking at design and implementation planning as we gear up for the referendum in November. And next slide will be the last. As we look at design and implementation planning, I just wanted to highlight that the same equitable and transparent process that was followed in prioritizing the projects will also be followed in determining phasing of the projects. So as you look at $140 million of potential projects, that is too large of an amount to handle in, say, one summer break. It's going to be needed phased over multiple years. We're going to have to look at several different factors and criteria to determine which projects are done in the first year, the second, the third, the fourth. Constructability, community input, equity, safety, cost funding, operations are just a few to name, but again, wanted to mention that that'll be a planning consideration following, again, the same transparent process as the prioritization. And conclude with questions and discussions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for being here and for the presentation. Any questions or discussion?
Chair Andreessen.
Director Zhao.
Yes, hello. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's a big undertaking. My question, I think you somewhat addressed in the last slide, or the second to last slide, but how quickly can we get single-stall bathrooms, and can we do it quicker?
So it depends on...
Sorry, could I add just something, because I had a question about that too, and I heard you say at the high school alone, so I am assuming this is going to be implemented at other locations.
So with the ADA requirement to invest that percentage of dollars into the school, we have budgeted for the complete renovation of restroom spaces. Because a lot of the other ADA upgrades that we would typically target have already been achieved there. So the next phase, as after voters potentially approve this, is to enter into a design process where we would meet with all of the pertinent building staff, administration, to look at those restrooms and then determine what is the best fit for that school. So literally, you can think of taking your restroom at home and clearing everything down to the sheet, or taking the sheetrock off. You're basically pulling down to the studs in the bare floor. You have the opportunity to move fixtures around, to add stalls in, to reconfigure to make sure that space works. Each school will be a little bit different in terms of what exact needs are, and even in different areas of the building that'll change. So we provide the amount of flexibility now to allow that design process to occur post-November 4th.
Okay, but so realistically, could summer of '26 be? Like, is that in the realm? Is there opportunities for sooner?
So typically what we'd be looking at with a project really of this size, and really how we've worked on your past long-term facilities maintenance projects, is you have about a year of a design phase. So design would start really as soon as after November 4th. And that would then need to be put out to the bid market, right, as well. And so there's a timing factor there where we want to do that to then gear up for construction. So you'd be looking at major construction of those projects, probably starting in 2027. There would be definitely some projects within the scope here that will occur, that can occur in 2026. Some of the parking lot work, some of, I think there's an opportunity with some of the security projects, some of the lighting. The lighting's a great example where that gets upgraded, that provides operational budget savings right away. However, the heavy design-intensive work, again, we can look at that and prioritize a schedule. We could look at pulling out if there's a certain school that you want to prioritize. We can certainly work within that. But since the construction is disruptive to school operations, it would likely be 27.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Zhao and Chair Andreessen, for your comments. It's a place that is a priority for me as well, and for reasons, we had a community member kind of pass around an article about schools that are just seeing such huge reductions in problematic behavior and chemical use from that design, and so it would be a big priority to us. And so I don't know exactly what kinds of conversations we'll have at the board table moving forward about that, but I appreciate a community-led approach to that. And so thank you for being here. I got to participate in a couple of your listening sessions and thought that you really managed to capture a broad cross-section of our population, and I really appreciate that. And I remember your reps giving statistics like our 11 sites have over 1.7 million square feet, and we have 170 acres, and those buildings are on average 55 years old. And so I can see the need for big updates that keep us safe and keep our buildings accessible and let us provide a quality modern education for all of our students. And I know that this is just a huge lift. Even just looking at our attached documents, I see new requirements for our clerk, for example, and that's just the least of it. So will SiteLogic or possibly even Ehlers, Director Chapman-Duca, be able to support our staff for this huge lift that it's going to take to communicate with the community and to answer, the whole community's questions, and then to manage the logistics of a special election?
So from SiteLogic's side, we routinely partner with district municipal advisors such as Ehlers to pull together the pertinent project information. Our role in that communication is to provide information. We can work on also providing communication materials as well. But as a program manager, we're more than just a architect, engineer, construction manager. We have a team of marketing and creative specialists that will, again, upon approval and direction to move forward with this, we'll immediately begin meeting with the district to map out that informational campaign.
Yeah, so this is it's a partnership. So there's a lot of heavy lifting which is done at the district level, and then there are a lot of technical elements which we don't have the expertise, where we rely on either SiteLogic or Ehlers to partner with the district for those efforts, and I think that's what we've kind of been doing here for the last few years when we're pulling everything together. Obviously, it's a district project, so there's more visibility from a district standpoint, but also our resources are very finite, so we have to reach out to our partners to close some of those gaps.
Thank you for that question.
Chair Andreessen.
Vice Chair Ross.
Thank you, all of you, the entire team here, SiteLogic, obviously, Director Chapman-Duca, for working together and putting this presentation together as well. The only question I have is, does this referendum of this 140 million take into account the base, the floor level of the 10% tariffs? So knowing that some of this stuff is going to be built in 27, 28, maybe even 29, that we're not going to go back to the voters and say, well, now we're charging China 500% in tariffs, and most of that product is coming from China. And the only reason I'm asking is because I'm involved in the private sector in weekly conversations about how we source product from different communities or different areas in the world, knowing that right now we're hopeful that the administration and the People's Republic of China come to obviously a really good deal of, but we understand there's right now a floor of 10%. So I guess my question is, this 140 million is not going to be something like 2 years from now, we realize probably should have asked for a little bit more up front versus now we have to go back and then squeeze more juice out of this grape.
Yeah.
Hopefully that made sense.
No,
I was trying to articulate.
Great question, and a few things. One is SiteLogic works exclusively in the Midwest with K through 12 school districts, almost exclusively. So all of our partner districts operate on a fixed budget in that way, right? So we, in a normal project sense, when you're not dealing with tariffs, we always budget for a 5% contingency. That covers normal unknowns during construction. When you start tearing walls down, you never know what's back there, regardless of what it says on the plans. So your project is no different in that regard. We've carried that contingency. However, we've also looked at tariffs and the impact that they have. We're seeing generally, it varies by project scope, meaning, to your point, how much of the material is being sourced in one country versus another. We've gotten down to the level of there's this much copper in the project and the copper's coming from this country. And so we look at really a range is what we've seen of 2 to 10% increase on current day prices right now based on the information we have today. And that has been factored into the estimates we see here. So those are two things. And I'll just say the third thing to provide some reassurance and further insight into our process. As we get into design, there's several checkpoints where we internally estimate the project and the drawings to make sure we're on track and tracking with that budget. So that if tariffs did increase or the design ballooned and we got a little bit out in front of our skis on the design, we had time to pull it back before you went out to bid there.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm wondering, are you from Minnesota with the skis comment?
Yes. I outed myself there. Yep.
Yeah. Any other questions? I want to also reiterate my thanks for the process and also for the presentation of the summary of that process. I don't think it's easy to do. And I think that throughout this time, I felt the communication was clear and also very centered on the community and how we as a district serve the community. So I appreciate that a lot. And the question before us is one about wording, I believe. So what we're looking at here is the question 1, question 2, that's going to be appearing on the ballot at the special election that we'll be authorizing. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I would like board members to turn their attention to the wording of these questions, and also to know that that's what we will be approving is 2 questions. The first is the bond referendum, and the second is the capital projects levy, which we currently have and is set to expire in 2027. So those are the 2 questions that we will be asking our voters in the special election. Wondering if there are any questions specific to that.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Treasurer Hartland.
I do have a question/comment. So did you say that band instrument? So I know that we had mentioned tech as a primary use of capital projects levy, and you're not the band lead, but it happens to be a community that I'm fairly connected with and know that if our buildings are 55 years old and every band instrument is also 55 years old and is falling. All right, they're not quite that old, but every band instrument is aging, requires extensive repair, and we have happily greater uptake than ever before of students in our band program. And so is that true that this is potentially a use of those funds?
Musical instruments?
Yeah.
And so a little bit about the capital projects levy. In the previous capital projects levy, which we also currently are under, we did have some pieces in there. Some members may recall the remodeling of our kitchens. Some pieces from the current capital projects levy was used on the very front end of that to help remodel those kitchens to have that for the scratch cooking that's currently done in all of our schools. And so there are some pieces, yes, the vast majority of it is around technology and supporting the technology in our schools. However, with this renewal, because we have some changes, that kitchen remodel is not happening in this CPL. We do have some room in there to help be able to offset some of these needs that we know exist in the schools.
Thank you. And so we have this existing capital projects levy, so we're authorizing the district to ask the question of the community, can we continue it?
Correct.
same level.
It is at the same level that it is today.
Same level.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Director Zhao.
My only question or comment or something is we don't really use any acronyms except for ADA. Should we spell that out? Is community going to know what that means? And maybe they do. I mean, it's pretty common, but maybe not.
No, I think that's a good feedback of spelling that out.
It could even be like spell it out and then have ADA in parentheses, because I think a lot of people are familiar with ADA, but they might not know what it stands for.
Right.
So I think including
I think
both
that's
would
a
be
great idea.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Appreciated Treasurer Hartland's questions clarifying on the CPL was, and, you know, I know on the capital, like question one, you know, there was a lot of thought with Ehlers and whatnot about how much to ask for. Was there any thought given of like asking for a higher percentage on CPL, or is that not even allowed?
So, to answer your question, Director Thompson, so CPO is usually determined by net tax capacity, which is the property values within the district. So it fluctuates every year. If our property values go down, we also get less CPO. If it goes up, we always go for the maximum, depending with when the county determines those values. That really determines how much of the capital projects levy comes to the district. So what you have there, which is that $15,667,898 is based on current property values within the community, and that's what we are kind of getting at this point in time. But if things change, it might go down, it might go up.
So we're then just to follow up, we're authorizing this percentage, right? And this percentage then currently yields this $15.6 million. But you're saying that could go down or could go up. And is that one of the factors that actually led to us collecting, what, 2.7 million fewer dollars in taxes this year? Or was that actually a separate issue that was based around like commercial property?
Yeah, the 2.7 was kind of more tied to long-term facility maintenance.
Okay, that's right.
Our
I'm
pay-as-you-go. Yeah. And I mean, we are in a commercial rich demographic boundaries. So with a lot of the Fortune 500 companies which are within here, so that's why we always kind of get a favorable revenue source out of capital projects levy.
Thank you.
So I don't see any further questions or discussion, so I would look for a motion to approve the bond referendum and capital projects levy questions as written, with the change to the ADA to spell that out and include it in parentheses, and to authorize the superintendent to submit all required information to the Commissioner of Education to request review and comment for the proposed projects and capital expenditures. The funding would be provided through the issuance of school building bonds and renewed capital project levy, and adopt the resolution relating to the issuance of school building bonds, renewing the expiring capital project levy authorization of the school district, and calling an election thereon.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Treasurer Hartland.
Aye.
Director Roper.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ross.
Aye.
Clerk Thompson is an aye. Director Westmoreland.
Aye.
Director Zhao.
Aye.
You have all ayes, Chair.
Thank you, Clerk. The resolution has passed. Thank you all for your time and attention to this. Appreciate it. And for being here so late, yet again.
Thank you all very much.
I feel like you're like our late flyers. Yeah.
They have a busy day tomorrow from their schedule, so.
So what, the next item is a resolution calling an executive session. What I would like to do is to give board members an opportunity to do their board report before we go into that executive session, and then when we come out, we can adjourn. So I have completely lost track of who went first last time. What, is it your turn, Brooke? Do you remember? We're just going to do you.
You're going to just do
We're
me
gonna do
first.
you.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
just do it. I don't have any, for sake of time, I don't really have any big board reports, but besides that, you know, I had an awesome time at the end of year. Staff party yesterday, it was great, connecting with the goats and all the staff, and then also went to the end of year celebration for the educators of color, which was amazing. Paris Simmons is just an incredible leader in the district, and I'm just proud of the work that we have done this year, and just all of the incredible challenges that we have overcome together, and all the champions that we will continue to defeat together. So I hope everyone has a safe and productive summer, and that we will begin our work back in August, and let's just continue to move forward together.
Thank you. Clerk Thompson?
Kai Thompson, clerk on the school board. I have 3 kids in the district. They'll be in 5th, 8th, 9th grade. Yeah, I mean, other than to say it was great seeing everybody at graduation, really nice ceremony, I don't have a board report.
Thank you.
Hi, Jen Westmoreland. I've been on the board, well, this is my 8th year on the board. Graduate of Hopkins Schools and parent of a rising 9th grader, high schooler. I know, it's wild. And yeah, exactly what Kai said about graduation.
Hi, this is Jiming Zhao. I use he, him pronouns. I've got 2 kids in the district. They're now in 5th grade and 2nd grade. And yeah, it was lovely to see all our seniors, wish them the best. Hope we prepared them the best we could. And very excited to see their outcomes. And, you know, I think may every year be better than the last.
My name is Jason Ross. I have 3 kids in the system, 2 rising 7th graders, 1 rising 4th grader. Yes, I would say to build on what every other member said, it was nice to be able to see everybody at the graduation. For some odd reason, the graduations always seem emotional. That's, I guess, me being vulnerable. It just seems emotional because I keep thinking about my kids and how close they're getting. And I remember holding them when I was in the hospital, and, you know, now they are sleeping in and making fun of the lack of hair I have on my head. So, but yes, I look forward to the emotional day when I would have to yell at 2 of my kids simultaneously, one after another, when they walk. So every year that I've been to the graduation, it was always emotional because I keep imagining that now 2031 is when I will have to do it.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shannon Andreessen. I'm in my 6th year on the board and have a senior, rising senior at the high school. I also love graduation. It's the best day, I think, of the year. And anyway, I will just say that we do have a couple of board members who need to get in compliance with state statute to undergo Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the MSBA workshops, and we got a little flyer, so I want to draw everyone's attention to the upcoming opportunities to complete that training. It is on August 6th, August 13th, and August 20th. You can get both phases done on those 3 dates, and they are virtual. So please do your registration through Natalia. Just send her an email, and she'll get that taken care of for you. And that is it for my board report.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rhoda Mary Perry-Reed, Superintendent. I have a 7th grader, soon to be 8th grader at West. She actually wants to go to the high school next year, and I told her to see her counselor. And I have a junior at the high school who will be a senior.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I've already provided my board report for the evening.
Good evening. I am Rachel Hartland, currently serving as the treasurer on the board, and I use she, her pronouns, and I have 3 children in our wonderful district. I have one who's a rising sophomore at the high school, a rising 8th grader at North Middle School, and a rising 6th grader who just finished at Meadowbrook. And speaking of emotional, that represents the closing of a 9-year journey that my family just had at Meadowbrook. And all of our teachers and staff deserve our love and respect and our work to advocate for them, but I wanted to take 1 second to give a special shout out to all of the people at Meadowbrook who've shown my kids and all of their wonderful classmates just so much love, so much dedication over these past 9 years. It has been amazing, and I'm really touched and sad about it. I'm excited about a 6th grader. He's really excited, but I will miss that Meadowbrook community. And I can't even think about the senior walk at elementary school without tearing up. I can't even look at those pictures too closely. As far as the rest of the board report, I attended several end of the year celebrations, was at graduation, and it was wonderful, and obsessively watched for legislative updates.
Great. Okay, so that is our board reports. We will go to the resolution calling an executive session so that we can do the superintendent year-end review. The community will receive an update on that at our next board meeting. So I would look for a motion that the board approves the following resolution. It is hereby resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 270, Hopkins, Minnesota, meet in executive session to conduct the superintendent's year-end review for the 24-25 school year. That the meeting be held in person and commence immediately following approval of this resolution. Further, that it be noted that all board members, superintendent, and clerk were duly notified of intention to call this executive session.
So moved.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The chair votes aye, and we will move into closed session, executive session. Thank you.